What's up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to TDPHINSTAK, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Punch the like button on your way in the building. Let me know in the comment section, because I did a rework of my microphone. Let me know if you can hear me or not. I just want to try this out. Let me know in the comment section right now. Make sure that you can hear me just fine. I'll wait on your response before we get started. Right. And I'm also pinning the link to the stream. I hear you perfectly fine. Awesome. It's good to hear. I'm pinning the link to the stream. Just FYI, if you want to join the conversation, I will be taking guests on, people who have a question for me, people who disagree with some of the things that I say, whatever it is. I'm going to drop the link. Because some people say, hey man, it's been a while since you let people on and this and that. And I know I've been doing shows and been on the run. So I wanted to come talk to y'all about the latest Miami Dolphins news, draft, trades, and big moves that may be on the way. Everyone, I appreciate you too, Chaz. What's up, Miss Fins? Stevie TV, I see y'all, man. A King A, what's going on? I see all y'all coming in the comment section. Make sure you hit the like button. Like I said, we got 123 people watching already, but it's only 40 likes. So go ahead and punch the like button. Let your friends and family members know about the channel as well, all right? But here we are. Thursday night is draft night, and y'all know I will be live for the start of the draft all night for the first round. You know I'll be live for the second and third round. Y'all know I don't do no day three stuff. And I know the Dolphins pretty much are drafting on day 3, but I don't do day 3. And look at why. What has our last day 3s really look like, man? I don't really do day 3s. I don't waste my time. I talk about them later when the week starts, all right? But I will be live Thursday night. I'll be live Friday night. And we'll be doing the draft, man. What's the big move, rumor, question mark, man? It's a lot of stuff going on in these back channels, man. We're going to talk about some of them. TD, why you got to start stream right when my class is starting? It'll still be here when you're out. It'll be here when you're out, bro. What's good, El Reezy? I see you, Joe. Color in the building. What's up, man? Y'all make sure y'all check out Color Commentary. I mean, these boys, they be late. They be live late at night, man. So y'all make sure y'all go check them out. Drop the link for them, Color. Let's see here. Let me make sure I got all my stuff. All right. So anyway, man, let's go ahead and get started. Listen, we know the draft is right here upon us. As of right now, the Miami Dolphins aren't looking to be big major players in the draft because we don't have a first round pick. We don't have a second round pick. I mean, we just don't have the assets. But at the same token, it doesn't mean that we may not potentially move up into the draft. When you look at the Miami Dolphins team as a whole, this draft is really about the future. It's not really about filling a hole right now that you expect at least to be a day one starter. That's not what the goal is. Not unless they package up some assets for next year and move them to this year in a trade. Don't look for any significant moves that will be beneficial for trying to find a starter this year. It's just not going to happen, okay? Even if we got a linebacker in the third round, it's not expected. You know, you got to come in and learn the system. You got a team full of guys who already know the system on defense. So they'll already have an upper hand. So this is really about the future. And when we talk about the future for the Miami Dolphins, ladies and gentlemen, somebody said I'm lagging. Is that the case? I just want to make sure we don't have a problem. Would you like the punter as a pick? Long as it's that punter that's kicking 70, 80 yards that we all been watching. No, I ain't lagging. I'm good. All right. Listen, man. As far as the draft, like I said, it's about finding a player for the future. So what does that mean? You're looking to find a guy who may not start this year, but you're looking for a guy who could be a impact player in 2023. So what that means is when you go through the books of the team and you look at the contracts, you have to evaluate what is the true position of need. And I'm about to go through those positions with you, okay? And we're going to evaluate the likelihood of what they're trying to target in the draft. I know it's a lot of best player available, but trust me, there has to be some targeting now because to well round the team for the future, okay? So let's break it down. So we'll start at the quarterback position. The Miami Dolphins are not looking to draft a quarterback this offseason. I think it would be a waste of a pick at this time, not unless a guy fail, one of the higher premier guys fail like later rounds, which is just so unlikely. Tua is the guy this year. They're hoping that he could turn the corner, and if he does, he can be the future. So that piece of it would be under wraps. And as far as the backup, that's not a top priority. We have Teddy this year, but why pay Teddy $5-6 million when if you're gonna bring in another guy on a rookie deal as well, even though it won't be much? Still, it's just not feasible for what we're trying to do, especially since they have contingency plans and Brady and things like that next year. I think the quarterback market, if they are in it, it will be next year, if they even have to be in it. Hopefully they don't. Hopefully Tua becomes the guy that's just amazing where we're done, finally done with the quarterback search, okay? In regards to the running back room, you brought in too many guys by committee. Flores and company were committee guys. This new regime is also committee guys. So they don't put much stock in running backs. Which means if they were to get a running back, it could be in a later round, which is where we would fall. So running back is one of those positions that we could be looking to draft the player. But I would say this as well. Here's what makes that tricky. You just drafted Jared Dokes last year. If you draft another quarterback, that means you're skipping out on Jared Dokes again, likely, and then you brought in 2 additional running backs this year. You already have Myles Gaskins, who is actually under contract. So if you get yet another running back in the 3rd, 4th, 5th, or something like that, it's almost like, what's going on? So it's a likely potential, but I'm not going to put it very high on the list, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a high priority as of right now. Somebody said, and Salvin Ahmed. I'm not sure if they re-signed him. I don't think they did. Okay. But I honestly have to say that is an option in the draft, but it is of low level. It is of low importance. Okay. All right. So another area is the tight end position. Same situation, really. You just franchise tagged Mike Gesicki, which told you you're not at a point to where you want to commit to him long term. You're at a point to where you want to take it a year at a time and see, or you're potentially dangling him for a trade asset. That's just the reality of it, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to let an asset walk, so you franchise tag him. And in this draft, if the Miami Dolphins were to get in the game, they could very well move into a second round with the trade of Mike Gesicki. Don't think that is just a shoe-in just because they franchise tagged him. Franchise tagging him means that they aren't sold to the point to where they want to give a long-term deal. Therefore, he is what you would consider an asset to them, whether he's on the team or not. And just like the running back situation, but even worse, Jared Dokes was a late round pick, 7th round. Hunter Long wasn't. You got him in a premier spot where you believe in his upside and his future, and you want to try to develop him to be a guy that can actually be productive on his team. That's where you drafted him. So with that being said, I can't put tight end at a high priority, but it is something that they could explore for the simple fact that they are non-committal on Mike Gesicki. So I'm going to put that as a low priority as well. So as of right now, running back and tight end are of low priorities because we have questions already and solutions already, but they have yet to long-term commit to any of them, and their philosophy of football can do without them. It's just the reality. And remember, they read up on the other tight ends. And not only that, what's his name again? I always get the two mixed up. Y'all help me out. The tight end on our roster that was just as productive as Mike Gesicki last year. Oh my gosh. I don't know why I keep on ringing Zeiler in my head. Zeiler, and he's on the defensive line. Y'all help me out. How am I having a brain fart on our tight ends? Mike Gesicki, you got Adam Shaheen, and you got what's this Smythe, the Durham Smythe. I'm tripping, man. I'm tripping. Anyway, these guys have actually showed just as good. Thank y'all. I see y'all putting it now. I got it. These guys have been putting up production as well. So a lot of people, well, why was Gesicki off the field a lot here and there? The other guys were catching balls. They were making plays. They were making plays too. So with that being said, I got running back at a low priority and tight end at a low priority. Now let's move forward to wide receiver. This is where it gets tricky, ladies and gentlemen. You got Waddle locked in, years to come. You got Tyreek Hill locked in for at least 2 years. You got a lot of other guys that are low grade on a contract, but technically you got them. But you can never stop drafting receivers because you want to continue to get better. You want to continue to rotate that position, man, because you cannot afford Tyreek forever. And then Waddle's eventually going to need his money. You got to have compliments. I know we got the guy from Dallas. Again, we're talking about guys who never had the experience of actually being a core part of an offense. I'm going to say that they could definitely draft a wide receiver too. But again, it's still of low priority. There's a lot of low priority on this team, given the circumstance. Because you already have it, and Lynn Bowden is supposed to be the future. I don't know how that bodes now that you bring in these superstars. And don't get me started on Deebo Samuels. That's still a thing that could potentially happen. But, I know a lot of people won't say that it'll happen. Not likely. Yeah, pick it up. My bad, y'all. But yes, and that's still a possibility. For real, for real. Okay. Hey TD, are you going to any draft watch parties? Yeah, the one right here. I'll be live right here watching the draft. What kind of draft party is a Dolphin fan gonna have if we ain't got no first round pick, you know? So you just evaluate it. I'm excited about this year's draft though, for the simple reason of we get to sit back and watch all the other teams draft and see, you know, what their strategy is and how they're planning on getting better. It's gonna be real interesting. But I can't wait for Thursday night. I think it's gonna be real fun watching these other teams. And we're gonna talk about one team in particular on another stream. Um, it's gonna be important to talk about them. And y'all ain't gonna like it, but you'll see. But anyway, let's keep it going though. We got the running backs, we got the tight ends, we got the wide receivers. All three of those positions we could draft a player, but it is of low importance. In the quarterback position, this is the year for it. Next year, we're very likely to, if Tua doesn't work out. Now, let's go to the offensive line, the only thing that's left. Left tackle, you have an aging Teron Armstead, but you got him locked down for at least 2 years. That's not of high priority, and you're not going to pay. You're not going to bring in a third, fourth, fifth round left tackle that knows he's not going to play and just be paying him for 2 years. And it's not very high upside on a third, fourth rounder anyway. So that's not likely. Then you have a guy at left guard from Dallas who is younger and has good years in him. You at least have him locked down for the next 2. Not likely at all. At the center position, everybody's talking about center, but let's be honest. Do you think a center is likely to come into the league producing better than I was about to say Jesse Davis. Gosh, here we go again. Michael Dieter. Okay. Are we really gonna do that? At the end of the day, they believe in Dieter's upside, by the way. And I actually like Dieter. He's not the greatest center, but you know what? The production that he's given, he deserves an opportunity to continue to grow at that position. And I believe that's what they'll do. And Robert Hunt at right tackle has been phenomenal. That's not likely. But then you have the right tackle position. What, you going to draft a third, fourth, fifth round player at the right tackle? A position that you need to get it right and not bring in another project because you have too many projects already. Solomon Kinley, Austin Jackson, Liam Eichenberg, and a few others to add on top of that. You already have too many. So what, you going to draft yet another project in a later round to add with the group of guys that's already getting paid? It's just highly not likely. I really, truly don't feel like they'll go in the draft for any O lineman. And of course, they may come out with one somewhere, 7th rounder or 6th or something like that. They want to take a shot on, see if they can make something out of them. Because around those picks, you're just trying to, see if you can get a guy that you can make something out of. But you ain't bringing in anything of importance. They're supposed to be starting day one. Because you don't have the assets unless you move up or trade somebody in this situation. So don't look for the O-line to be even really considered in the draft unless it's a 6th, 7th round pick or something. It's just the reality. We have too many guys still under contract. That's the problem. We have too many guys already under contract. And that's the issue that the Miami Dolphins run into. And that's why they address the left tackle, but they're not adamant on addressing the right tackle because one of those guys need to work out or is a complete failure on multiple draft picks. Think about that. If one of those guys don't work out at right tackle this year and play well, it's a failure on multiple draft picks. And not to mention, if one of those guys don't work out at right tackle and they're playing pretty bad, ladies and gentlemen, and listen, The right tackle position will be attacked by the best defensive players in blitzes all season. You're not going to be trying to send that much heat on Armstead's side. He'll get it here and there, but not much. The right tackle position will be attacked all season. The blitz is going to come off of the right tackle, and the best defensive edge rusher will come off of the right tackle. So if you have a bad performance at that position, it's not only because the person's bad, it's because they're going to attack that heavy this year. They're going to attack that. Don't expect just phenomenal numbers on the right side. Armstead is a beast, but if every play he had a blitzer coming off of the edge on his side and an elite defensive end, there will still be trouble on that side. He'll hold his arm better than anybody else, but there'll still be trouble. So imagine a guy who's trying to prove himself getting all that heat over there. It's tough. And that's why I'm a little upset, because I want them to solidify that position, because that's our quarterback's blind side. And every time a team sends a blitz on his blind side, for some reason, he doesn't call it out, and he gets hit a lot and even hurt from that side. So wherever, that's also an issue. But at the same token, you're not finding 4th, 5th, 6th round value to address that. You're just not. Those guys have less intangibles than Austin Jackson coming in. And that's the truth. Somebody said there's good old linemen in the 3rd round this year. There's good old linemen in the 4th round this year. And then every year, there's always some good this and that in the draft in a year. You can't bank on a 3rd rounder. Yeah, he was good in college, but you can't even bank on a 2nd rounder in the NFL at the tackle position. Yeah, some of them turn out to be great. Most of them turn out to suck. If you ain't a 1st round talent on the tackle position, you tend to turn out to suck. And even the 1st round tackles, a lot of them struggle too. They're not even the end all be. So it's going to be interesting. They can't address that. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, they can't address that this season without the presence of either a trade in the draft or trading a player for a player, which is one of the biggest deficiencies I feel like we will have on the team this year, unless they decide to move Robert Hunt to tackle. But and the reason why I wouldn't like Robert Hunt going to tackle is because now we have that would mean our 2 weakest players on the O-line are next to each other in the center and the right guard if Hunt goes to tackle. And like I said, Dieter ain't bad, but again, he would still be your 2nd weakest link next to your weakest link. And I love Hunt being at the guard because Dieter is sandwiched by 2 good guards, and that's what you need. So that would create one deficiency at the right tackle versus Hunt going to right tackle. Now you got a internal issue with 2 guys now. You see what I mean? The way we have it now masks Dieter and allows him to grow. But if you do it the other way, they'll be sending stunts and the pressure up the middle, and it could get tough. Even now, we're worried about if Dieter's going to regress because a lot more is coming his way now. You see what I mean? That's how that works. So that's why it's going to be interesting, man. We got to keep our eyes out for it to see how it turns out. We'll see. TD, that's why they will play a fullback. No, bro. Listen. We're not focused on the whole fullback aspect of it. They'll play a fullback, but at the same token, again, where's the rush coming from? Let me tell you something. I was having this conversation with somebody the other day. because we try to figure out how we could beat the Dolphins. That way we'll know what the Dolphins need to improve. If I'm a defense, how would I beat the Dolphins? First, we need to understand our offensive scheme, and we understand that, what we're trying to do. And then we say, if I'm a defense, how will I beat the Dolphins? And I'm like, with the speed we have, the weapons, blah, 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 it's going to be real hard to scheme us. And everybody I talk to, we can only come up with one solution on how to beat the Dolphins with our current makeup. Giving a zero blitz look. That would really interrupt what we're trying to do. Giving a zero blitz look. Any defense that comes at us the way we come at other people, what we do to other people would be our kryptonite. Zero blitz look. You put 7 on that line, it don't mean you're sending 7. But once you got 7 on the line, ain't nobody on the O-line nor the running back know where it's coming from. You just don't. You have to wait to see where it's coming from. And anytime you got to wait to see where it's coming from after the ball snap, you already too late. You can't run jet sweeps on it because when you 7 the line, the edges are double secured. Fold in the gaps. Y'all remember what we did to San Francisco? Do y'all remember what we did to San Francisco? Same system. Do you remember what we did to them? Blew them out the water because that's how you kill that system. That's how you kill that system. Hold on. What did we beat them? In 2020, 43-17. 43-17. We put up 43 points, and you know some of it was defensively. Blew them out the water. Now, you don't get me wrong, Ryan Fitzpatrick had an amazing game, 22 of 28, 350 yards and 3 touchdowns. He balled out that day. He really did. Jimmy G, 7 of 17, 77 yards. To the point they had to put C.J. Beathard in, 9 of 18 for 94 yards and a touchdown. In what we would consider garbage time at the moment. Jimmy G threw 2 picks. He threw 2 picks. Raheem Mostert, the guy that we have now, had 11 carries for 90 yards, balled out against us. Did it matter? I'm showing y'all. Even Raheem Mostert, who balled out on us, 11 carries for 90 yards, had success. He only had 11 carries. That is success to have 90 yards on 11 carries. Blew him out. Deebo Samuels, 3 yards in that game. Now, mind you, he wasn't the guy. He wasn't the primary guy back then. But there you have it. Mostert had the game because he had over 125 all-purpose yards. He had 29 reception yards in 3 receptions, almost 10 per. Blew him out. We had 436 yards. They had 259. They threw the ball for 128 yards. Us, 342. They ran the ball way better than us. 131. We ran it for 94. You see that? They ran the heck out of the ball. They had success running the ball on this day, ladies and gentlemen. Success running the ball, still got blown out. Because that's what we're going to be trying to do. And you remember that game because we were zeroing that game. It's the same game where the next team, I think it was the Chargers or something we played after that, the coach was like, I just watched the game where they zero blitz 21 times in the game. And that was the San Francisco game. Why? Because they like to do a lot of jet sweeps, but that corner or that linebacker is already right there. Oh, come on in my lap. Zeroing out means you can't do nothing. It's hard to do anything with a handoff. And if you now, don't get me wrong, if you scheme it up properly, you can go for the big one. That's the only risk on it. But that's why you feel every gap. See, what you don't notice about our defense, let me tell you what they do. We feel every gap, right? What you do when a team feels every gap, you try to run the ball up the middle, because one missed assignment or one blown is going to the house. But this is what the Dolphins do in their scheme if you watch film. They'll show a zero blitz look. If they send the zero blitz, they send it. If they don't send it, all the people that's coming, they collapse middle and they back out in coverage, the rest of them. And that's why those quick passing lanes are taken away. Because here's what a zero blitz does to you. The quarterback's at the line of scrimmage and the quarterback says, oh man, there's no need to call protections because I got 5 guys on the line. I got a fullback, that's 6 against 7. First of all, everybody ain't gonna win a one-on-one to begin with. That's not usually you just try to create a wall. So somebody's coming from somewhere, and I don't know who the free guy is. I don't know who the free guy is. Therefore, I need to get rid of the ball quickly. That's what a zero blitz tells every quarterback. I need to get rid of the ball quickly. They'll either change the play to make sure they get rid of it quickly, or they'll run the same play and try to hit their first read. But here's the issue. When you confuse a quarterback like that and say, all right, I need to get rid of it quick, and you don't send the pressure, and the guys back out, and they back out in the lanes of the quick slant. Oh, crap, he backed out. That's why Jimmy G threw 2 picks that day. Because he knew he had to get rid of the ball quick. He hiked the ball, went for his first read, threw it. Somebody backed out right where the guy is. So it takes away even the short pass. To a degree, it takes away the short pass. And then you have to ask yourself, do I have enough time to let the mid-crossing route develop? Because I'm trying to hurry up and get rid of it. Not to mention, here's what's even more messed up about it. When they back out in coverage, at least one of those 4 guys that are coming won their battle. Why? Because the O-line was trying to figure out who's coming to begin with. So at least 1 or 2 guys are already creating pressure to where you have to get off your spot. You have to get off of your spot. So at the end of the day, that's how teams may try to play us. Not every team will do it. Some will sit back and just chill and cover to it, and they're going to get blown out every game, and we're going to demolish them. You run that cover 2. We're going to be in the zone. We're going to run the heck out of the ball and hopefully have success doing that, eating them up. The only defense with this system that does well against it is the defense that shows those type of looks where you can't identify where the coverage is coming from. You cannot identify. The reason why is because teams are going to say this is Tua Tagovailoa. Let's see if he has the talent and processing ability to identify where he needs to go with the ball right away. And if that first thing isn't there and we take that away, let's see if he has what it takes. Somebody said that's why the Titans killed the Dolphins. Same thing. See, the difference with the Titans is they didn't need to come to the line of scrimmage to do it. They were in their normal format, but they played their spots to stop that type of stuff as well, and all that short stuff. They didn't need to zero out. They just loaded the box and spread the 4 linebackers because a lot of times they went with a 3 front, depending on the formation we were in. So again, that's what we're going to have to be masters at. But the beautiful thing is we'll still win games because a whole bunch of trash teams will do base defense. But when the games matter most and a team actually schemes against us, this is why we keep having these. This is why we done had 2 seasons in a row where we win a lot of games. But on the biggest stage in a big game, The team we play against, when it means something, they scheme against us and they demolish us. They demolish us. Titans were fighting for playoff positioning. They schemed against us and they demolished us. That first year versus Buffalo to end the season, that was for them to win the for their seeding in the AFC, which was very important to them. They schemed us, demolished us. Most of the time in the regular season, teams typically just do what they do well. But when the game's really on the line and they count, they put playoff preparation into it, which they really, really scheme against what you do well and what you don't do well. And I'll be honest with you, the only reason we had the wins that we had to begin with is because we did that every week. Flores was very adamant in telling you, every week we're scheming they're going with a new scheme every week. That's why the Patriots have always been successful. They don't just do what they do well. They change their scheme every week depending on who they play. Most teams in the NFL, believe it or not, they don't do that. They just go out there and do what they do well and run the sets that they run well and hope that what they do well is the better team. But those are typically not your most successful teams. It's just not. So that's how you would try at least scheme for the Dolphins. Rashad said, I hope we are unschemable. We all do. We all do. But that's going to take execution on every level to be unschemable. And it starts with the quarterback. You can't be unschemable if you're inconsistent in the mid-range throws, the intermediate. You can't be unschemable if your ball placement is making them pay. The 49ers was a tough team to scheme against. I agree, but we blew them out. Blew them out. Blew them out. But anyway, man, but the quarterback position, like I said, don't look for it to happen in the draft, and I'm really not looking at us to be drafting in the O-line. So my conclusion in all of that, ladies and gentlemen, is I don't think that they're going to be in the offense like that in this draft. I think we have way more needs on the defensive side of the ball for the future than offense. Offense, we have most of the young talent that we're trying to figure out if it's going to be the future or not. But the defense, we've been had the young talent. Now it's a matter of, are we going to keep them or not? Are they going to keep Christian Wilkins, y'all? Yes or no in the comment section. I ain't ask you to tell me what you want to do. I'm asking you, what do you think this team is going to do? You think they're going to re-sign Christian Wilkins on a big deal? That deal can get as high as $18 million a year, in my opinion. I want y'all to think about that. They've been for 3 weeks now. Sources say the team is working hard to work out a deal with Christian Wilkins. Y'all think they're going to do it? Are they going to do it when they have Zach Zeiler, who's just about the same age, producing the same way? Actually, and I know PFF ain't the gospel, but is higher rated than Christian. I think Christian Wilkins out of D tackles in the NFL is 6th. Zeiler is number 3. Some of y'all don't even know that because Zeiler ain't the big name. Some of y'all don't know the guy who shares reps is actually has a higher rating and very productive and actually has balled out. We just don't know his name like that, so we don't never mention him. But he has been balling. We don't talk about him because he wasn't the first round pick, but he has literally been balling, straight up balling. Christian been balling too, but that's what a first round is supposed to do. Do y'all know when Zeiler was drafted? Y'all know when Zeiler was drafted? Some of y'all, even at this very moment, don't even know, probably ain't even like, which one is Zeiler? Is that the Van Ginkel one? No, which one is Zeiler? Some of y'all don't even know. Some of y'all don't even know. The man was drafted in the 7th round in 2018. 7th round. He was the 7th round pick in 2018, picked 238 overall. 238 overall, drafted by the Baltimore Ravens. 2 years he was over there sitting on their practice squad, and they got mad when we came and got him. He was waived. They put him on the practice squad. He got promoted on the roster. Then they put him back on waived him again. And Miami picked him off of waivers. They tried to put him on the practice squad, and we picked him up on the waivers in 2019. And in 2020, he re-signed a 1-year contract with us, but he was placed on the COVID reserve list. And then in November, he signed a 3-year contract extension through 2023. So we got him under contract, but until 2023. So this is what I got to ask y'all. Here's the deal, what you got to think about. If Zach Zeiler is balling out even better than Christian Wilkins, I'm just saying, this is what's happening. Roughly the same age, a 1-year difference, right? Since he wasn't a former first-round pick, guys like that, his new contract, if he keeps balling out, guys like him, you end up getting on a 4-year, you get him on a 4-year, $50 million deal, 12 and a half a year. But guys like Christian Wilkins, you have to get on a 4-year, $75 million deal. It'd be like almost 18 a year. So the reason why you bring this up is because this guy is playing better. They both have their own specialties, by the way. But this guy is playing better. You still have him under contract for pennies, which is allowing you to still have people like Tyreek and all that. And you'll still have him for pennies next year, which will allow you to have Tyreek and guys like that. And then when it's time to sign him on an extension, you can get a friendly deal because he wasn't a former first-round pick. But a guy like Christian's going to cost you more, strap your cap, and sooner, and he's worth more on the trade value market. If you trade Christian Wilkins, you're going to get more than Zeiler, even though Zeiler is producing more because of Christian's first-round status and the 5th-year option that you still have on Christian. So we could be home fans and lovers of Christian Wilkins, but we have more flexibility and benefit more if they were to trade Christian. I don't want them to trade neither of them. But I'm just saying, if tough decisions have to be made, these are the areas where you got to start thinking about it. These are the areas you got to start thinking about it. Do you know what you can get for Christian Wilkins right now? That's a first-round pick. That's a first-round pick. That's a first-round pick, ladies and gentlemen. And then there's all these rumors and rumbling out here about the trade market right now for Deebo Samuels. I heard one recently, Christian Wilkins in a first-round pick for Deebo. I wonder would y'all do that? Would y'all do it? Because I brought this up last week, remember? I said if we were to get Deebo Samuels, go look at my Deebo Samuels stream. I brought this up last week. I said if we were to go get Deebo Samuels, what would it cost? And I was telling y'all, you got to look at the expendable players. Byron Jones, expiring contract, he could be a part of a deal. Christian Wilkins, they haven't paid him yet. He could be a part of a deal. Mike Gesicki, they're not sure about him. That's why they tagged him. He could be a part of a deal. Why not? It's possible, y'all. Let me read some of these donations and then I'll continue because I don't want to get behind on them. And thank you to all those who donated to the channel, showing love and support. I'm sorry I didn't read it yet, but I'll read it now. First one, Flipside Fishing, hooked me up with the $10. He said, if it was up to me, I would use the picks we have left and get a top inside linebacker and grab the free agent center after the draft. Dieter would be great competition and depth. But again, you're getting the best inside linebacker in the third round? They don't guarantee that he's the guy that's going to be contributing day one. He may not even make the team. They should. But you got a loaded position where everybody ain't great, but those guys are familiar with the system, which is going to give them another year in this system, which they can actually improve and get better. That's the tough part about an inside linebacker. I wish we had a second round pick to maybe make that investment, but we don't. At least right now we don't. And grab a free agent center after the draft, I'm with that too. But again, why am I going to pay somebody to be competition for Dieter versus pay somebody to be the straight up starter? You see what I mean? Because you're going to have to pay somebody to be competition. If you got a little small contract guy, you might as well bet on Dieter's upside then. You see? But I get it because depth is an important piece, so I'm not against it. So I like that, but that's something to think about. Don't spend big money, not even intermediate money. Let it be small money with a guy who still can produce and play well. It's my take on it. Craig with the donation said, but Hill would be super deadly with the slant. I think you were talking about when I was talking about San Francisco's system and how you stop it, how we can stop us. He would be deadly with a slant. But remember, everything is going to be played underneath when you give those looks. And how is a slant going to do when you got interior linemen backing out in those slant lanes? Remember that. That's the key. That's why Jimmy G threw them 2 picks. You showed them one look and you backed out into another. All right, what's the next? Let me see. Any more donations? Let me read it. Yeah, the homie Triple S podcast said, when you talk about best wide receiver duos and say the Raiders have the best one, you should specify according to PFF. Plus, Cincy has the 7 and 9. Buffalo has 10 and 12. Well, I threw the Raiders out there as one combination. But I remember when I did a stream and I named 4 duos that was better than ours based off of the rankings. But yes, I think the other day I did say the Raiders had the best. I was wrong. You do have Cincinnati and Buffalo when you look at the rankings for receivers. And I think there was one more, bro. I think there was one more. Think it was, and maybe I'm wrong, but I think there was one more team. Their duo was up there. All right. Or maybe that was the Raiders is the number 3 one because we are number 4. Maybe that's what it was. All right. Let me see. Any more? Let me make sure. Okay, we didn't miss any more. All right, cool. So, but there you have it, man. That's my take on that. But this is why, once again, though, that whole Zach Zeiler situation, I want y'all to really think about that. Because do you think they're going to be able to pay Zach Zeiler? Okay, let's break it down this way. Do you think the Miami Dolphins are going to be willing to give Christian Wilkins $18 million a year and then come back and give Zach Zeiler $12 or $13 a year? You think they're going to invest that much on just 2 interior players? Not going to happen, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, God dog, the receiver position already look like it's going to be about $60 million, which you're going to have the interior D-line come up to 30. That's 90 with 4 players. Don't let Tua work out. He going to get his $40 million. That's 130 right there. Your 2 corners is equating for pretty much 35 million. We already in like 160, 70 million. And we talk about 8 players. I don't care if the salary cap went up to 270 million at that point. $100 million for the other 42 players. That's an average salary of $2 million on the rest of your roster. That ain't even talk about Gesicki. Ogba just got his money. It's not possible. This is why teams have to make these tough situations. So I ask you, Dolphin fans, what would you do? Give Christian 18? And the guy next to him is playing just as well, if not better, and won't be more? And Christian will at least bring you back a first-round pick? The other guy may be a third-rounder because he ain't a first-rounder with the fifth-year option? Which would you do, Dolphin fans? Would you invest your future in Zeiler or take the benefit you already got in Christian and flip them? That's the winning formula. That's what Belichick has done every year. He'll bring a Christian Wilkins in. Christian Wilkins will ball out, but he got Zach Zeiler over there sneaking up on him, and then Zach Zeiler eclipses him. Then he trade Christian, get the draft pick, save the money, give the other guy a smaller deal, get similar production, if not better. I'm just saying, Christian's been a beast, but we can't ignore Zach ass too. And then you keep moving on and you draft another guy. You take that first round pick and you go draft another guy. And now you got him on a cheap deal for several years. You see what I mean? These are the tough decisions you got to make as a GM. Or is Zach Zeiler just a one-year wonder? Or is he just a one-year wonder? Let's see. This year, he was an 84. I want to show y'all. This year, Zach Zeiler. Let me put this down. Z versus Wilkins. 2021. Zach Zeiler. And I know PFF ain't the gospel, but that's what we have to go off of right now, okay? Zach Zeiler was an 84.9 in that deep dark green that players get. All right, let's go to Christian Wilkins. Wait, give me one moment before I do. I'm trying to go back as many years as possible on this guy. All right, Christian Wilkins. All right, Christian Wilkins, PFF. I'm going to show y'all something. I want to give you the year-by-year comparison of the two players. Okay. For the last 3 years, at least, since Christian came in the league. I'm going to show y'all what's interesting about this. All right, here we go. Because Zeiler didn't even play 29 his rookie year, really, okay? He was on the practice squad. So they got 3 years, though, in comparison. Christian Wilkins' rookie year. First year Zach played. Christian was rated a 64.4. Zach was rated a 76.2. Out the gate. Zach was producing better out the gate. 2020, Christian was a decent 68.9. Zach was a 69.3. Barely, but still outperforming him. And last year, Christian's best year, he was an 83.3, but Zach was an 84.9. Still outproducing. Best season. All 3 years, Zach has been rated higher than him. A 7th round pick. Now, I want to make sure we get this clear. This has no knock on Christian. Christian's a beast. Christian's a beast. But this isn't a one-year wonder situation. After Christian's first year, we were all saying Christian got to be better. We look for him to take the next step. That was when he was a 64. But Zach was already a 76.2. Then Christian got a little better his second year as a 68.9. And we were like, but we need more than that from a first round pick, though. And Zach was a 69.3 as a seventh rounder. In the make it or break it year for Christian Wilkins, where he needed to be great or Miami had some decisions to make long term, he showed up for the dance and balled out. He was an 83.3. But once again, Zach was an 84.9. And this time we can compare it even because it's the same team. Well, technically the last 2 years was still the same team regardless. TD, you putting way too much stock in Zyler, bro. Why? Why would you say that, Scant? Well, what you want to discount what he's done on the field? The man is over 500 snaps. We act like this is a guy who gets limited playing time and only had 150 snaps. I mean, what you want me to do? We're talking about a guy who played over 500 snaps. You want me to take that lightly? Why do we try to discredit people for the people that we love? Christian is a beast. This don't take nothing away from Christian. I know what you're talking about. We got to stop doing that, man. We have to stop doing that. Hold on, let me. God, I have an actual subscription, so I could just log in and look at even the more advanced stuff. You got to stop doing that, man. TD, you haven't lost your 20K. It's shocking to me. Trust me. Trust me. I looked this morning. I'm actually at 20,070. I expected to be down. You know, the truth comes with consequences. Give me a second, y'all. Dang. Go through all these passwords trying to figure out which one it is. All right, last one, man. If this ain't it, I'll have to reset. See, I got to do it later because obviously it's saying my password ain't working. Oh, wait. Maybe I had the wrong email. Sorry, y'all. Give me a second. Yeah, I had the wrong email. I'm in now. All right, let me save this. Look at this, man. Run defense. Yeah, man. This man had over 500 snaps, man. I don't know what the other guy talking about, man. And Christian was 700 snaps. Christian has 700 snaps. Let's see. But regardless what? You see, TD, we can always learn something when we tune into this channel. Appreciate you, Donald, man. Thanks for always showing the love, man. Yeah, Zach had over 500 snaps, man. I'm not going to sit here and take that lightly. The man, come on, y'all. We got to be better. 42, 18, 1, 2. Give me a second. 79.7 run pass is a 76.7. I'm just trying to compare these guys real quick. 2021. All right. So ultimate fair comparison. I'm trying to see where. So they're virtually the same in run defense. They both pretty much represent 80.0 in run defense. They're kind of the same in run defense, okay? They both stop the run at the same level. The only difference is in pass rush, Christian is a 70.4 and Zyler is a 76.7. So Zyler gets at the quarterback a little bit more effective in his pass rush. They both stop the run, but Zyler gets at the quarterback more. That's the reality. They both have one forced fumble. Christian got 5 sacks, but Zyler has 2. So Christian got more sacks when he does get there. That means, honestly, Zyler's just the ultimate guy that's creating havoc when it comes to pressure. He's creating pressures at a much higher rate. We only need big O-line dogs and the defense on the – well, what some people need to realize is this too. Have you noticed that the Dolphins have been bringing in true nose tackles, like zero technique guys? They've been bringing them in for the draft. They potentially trying to find one in the later rounds. See, that's what you need next to a Zach Zyler. A true zero technique, the guy that sits in the middle and just can't be moved. Christian is athletic. Christian, I'm telling you, Christian belongs in a 4-3. I think everybody's already come to that conclusion. He's a beast right now, but he belongs in a 4-3. But they need a true nose. Is it that Raekwon Davis? No. See, what they're trying to do is have a true nose, have Raekwon on the end, and have Zyler on the other end. Because right now, they got Christian, sometimes with Raekwon and Zyler. And then you interchange those other guys too. They got a lot of guys. But that's what they made. If they move on from Christian, that means they're going to try to get a true nose, a guy that's big, can't be moved, and then put Raekwon on one side, Zyler on the other, and then you have Ogba on the out, and you have Phillips on the out. That's what they're really trying to do. That's what they're trying to do. So we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. But what they're basically doing now is having 3 guys that are kind of somewhat the same. That's the problem. They don't have a zero technique. They got like 53 techniques. They got 50 of them. All of these guys are 3s, pretty much. Let's see. TD is Christian a 0 tech or 3? 3, bro. He not a 0. A 0, I mean, I just explained that. EM said Raekwon is the 0, Wilkins is a 3. Yes, but I don't. But EM, let me ask you: do we want Raekwon at the 0, or would you rather him being on the outside of a true 0? Interested in getting your thoughts on that? TD, do a poll, Zach or Christian? I mean, do a poll on it. I mean, at the end of the day, popularity wins. Let me see, man. I'll poll it though. I'll poll it. Let me poll it real quick. See what people think. Wilkins or, and I probably spelled it wrong. If I spell Zyler wrong, get over it. All right, I posted it. All right, Jose with the donation. He said, man, I just need us to win us the Lombardi trophy. If moving on from Wilkins is what we need to do, then peace out to Wilkins. I'm gonna give y'all some scenarios you might like in a moment. Christian Respeto with the donation said, I just got in here. What did I miss? Bro, we talking some high-level stuff, man. You know, sacrifices that may need to be made. Sacrifices that may just need to be made. So, you know, nobody will want to move on from Christian Wilkins, but if you can help the team get better because you already got his replacement, it's something that may have to be done. So, TD, what do you think? Trade Wilkins or Gesicki for Debo, or both? First of all, you can't trade Gesicki for Debo. Unfair value. Gesicki is worth a second-round pick. Christian is worth a first. If you want to get Debo, you might have to put both of those players and a third-round pick in there. And then you got Debo. The asking price for San Francisco was released, and they're looking for 2 firsts. So you would have to put Christian, Gesicki, and maybe a third-rounder to make up the equivalence. And that gets it done. But would you do that? Yes or no in the comment section. Would you do that? And the vote is in. How many votes do we have? We got 57 votes. Let's get 100 votes on the vote. Let's get 100 votes. We got 350 people in here, man. Let's get 100 votes. Right now, Zeiler is leading 59-41 for Wilkins. No, Miss Finn's just like Gesicki. Just stop. No, and poll it. Okay, I'll poll it next. I need to get 100 votes on the Wilkins or Zeiler first. We got 80 votes. I need 100. We need 100 votes. Come on. It's at the top of the chat. Click on it, vote, and then once I get 100, I'll read the results, and then we'll move on to the next one. We'll move to the next poll after that. I love Wilkins, but I also have the same feeling about Tunsil. I'm not mad on where he is now. I love Miami more. Exactly. It's the same situation, the potential Tunsil. Let me tell you something. You might even get more than the first for Wilkins. I'm just being modest and saying he's at least worth the first. I think Wilkins might even be worth like a first and a fifth. You got to sprinkle something late in there. Come on. We got 350 people, only got 80 votes. Come on. Vote. Hurry up. Hit the polls up, people. I'll give a first for Wilkins and Wilkins. I'm going to tell y'all something. We're going to go through a scenario real quick. 13 more votes. Let's go. Right now, Zeiler's still leading 56-44 for Wilkins. Miami needs a quarterback first. We're going to talk about it. Somebody commented, Kyle Flory, which he got deleted, said, the F I come into, this dude is stupid. Okay, that's what you came into. Now you can leave. You've been blocked. Congratulations. All right, let me see what we got. We got 98 votes. Let's get 2 more votes. All right, so the final vote tally, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Zach Zeiler, 55%, Wilkins, 45%. And that's interesting to me, man. People still hold on to the fact that he is a first-round pick. Jared Ack said, TD, do you see a QB-hungry team trading picks for this year for Dolphins' first-round pick next year? Trading picks this year? No, I don't see that at all. I don't see that at all. No. First of all, here's what you got to understand. Picks this year are more valuable than next year. Let me give you an example. Everybody has a projection. So say somebody with the 15th overall pick, they're not going to give you 15 and just swap your next year. They'll give you 15 if you give me your next year and your next year second or your next year third. It's still gambling, but that's what they'll do. The team moving to the next year pick has to get more because it's a gamble for them, not you. You already know what you're getting. So trading future picks always has less value. The future picks always have less value than a current pick because you know what the current pick is, but next year you don't know what that pick will be. We just got burnt by San Francisco. You see how that worked? It turned into the 29th pick. Luckily, we flipped it for Tyreek. But we didn't expect for it to be 29. We were hoping that they just missed the playoffs, in which they almost did. They almost did. All right, so let's get rid of this poll. And then let's go to the next one that y'all asked me. Wait, what was the next one? Yeah. Wilkins and Gesicki. Oh, I ain't even typing. Wilkins and Gesicki or Debo. That's going to be the next poll I'm about to put up. Yes or no? All right, the poll is up. Go ahead and vote, ladies and gentlemen. Wilkins and, I put an S on it, but it's all good. Wilkins and Gesicki for Debo. Would you do it? Go ahead and fill the poll out and let me know what you think. I want y'all, I'm going to narrate this too, because here's what you got to think about when you think about this potential trade, right? Wilkins, a guy who potentially will be $16 million, and you already have his replacement. Gesicki, a guy who's what, $11 million, and you're not even sure about him long term. 18 plus 11 is $29 million. Debo is probably going to be somewhere around 22. That's what it's going to be. I know all this 25 talk. It's going to be around 22. If you really go, even when you really go look at Tyreek Hill, you'll understand how that one's, the annual is 30, but the guaranteed is what really matters. So you would have Debo and save maybe about $5 million because you ain't got to pay neither of them, Christian nor Gesicki. And then you give Debo his new contract. You save money. You're not worried about the loss of Christian because you got Zyler. And the only thing you short of is a tight end, but you gain Debo. You gain Debo. Tyreek Hill, Debo Samuels, Waddle. Which nucleus is better? That's going to be the next question. Come on, we need 100 votes on this because I need the next question. Tyreek, Debo, and Waddle, or Tyreek, Waddle, and Gesicki? I already know the answer to that. I ain't finna ask that. I ain't gonna poll it. We know the answer to that. And now you done saved by $5 million, and you already got $20 million in cap. Now you might go for broke and really go get JC Treader at right tackle. And you know the beauty of it all? You still got the 2 first-round picks next year. You still got the 2 first-round picks next year. Like, come on, man. Come on, we need 21 more votes. Wilkins and Gesicki or Debo? For Debo. 54 yes, 46 no. Like, y'all don't see how your team's getting better? I don't get it. These are moves making the team better, not just getting rid of talent. TD, we have Lynn Bowden too. Tyreek Hill, Waddle, Debo, Lynn Bowden. Oh, and then that's at least an insurance for your run game too with Debo, because we got a running back room that's full of injuries. Mostert, injury prone. A running back room full of injuries. You can't tell me that don't make the team better. I would do it, Miami. Christian Wilkins, oh my God, San Francisco D-line would be unstoppable. Do y'all already know what they got on their D-line? and you add Christian Wilkins, it would be unstoppable. And then you have a double tight end threat in Gesicki. And then see, I be getting them mixed up too. Kittle and all of them. I be getting their name mixed up, and they go post me on Facebook. Twitter, like I don't know what I'm talking about. That would help San Francisco too. They would have one of the best D lines in the NFL, and they get another tight end threat for Jimmy G. Imagine that, and that may mean they may want to move on from the current tight end too. He getting older and more money. You got to think about it. Have you gotten the best years out of him? Is he still balling out at his prime level? Not saying he not, but it's something to consider too. We don't need Debo, in my opinion. See what you have in a guy like Bowden or potentially target Levisky, Chenault. I'm going to tell you the truth, though. I ain't trying to see what I got in nothing in these next 2 years. You got a window to win the Super Bowl now, ladies and gentlemen. And the poll has ended. Majority say they would make the trade, but it's not overwhelming. Y'all got to stop talking about this future. Look at these players we got. We got a 2-year window to win now. And on top of it, let's talk about this. We're talking about a whole bunch of players that we can at least get something for in 2 years from now. Tyreek will still have value 2 years from now if you wanted to trade him. Debo will still have value 2 years from now if you wanted to trade him. Waddle will have immense value 2 years from now if you wanted to trade him. Now you could be selective. Now if you struggle mightily in the area, you could say, man, we so loaded, we could get rid of one of them and go get a top corner to replace Byron or X. We can go get this to replace Armstead in 2 years. You got to think about that too, instead of all of these hopeful draft picks. It's like buying a house. The values may still be there, depending on when you buy it, but you know what I mean. Tell my wife that all the time. Okay, if you get $100 million, she say, why would I buy a $10 million house? Because when you buy it for $10 million a day, 5 years from now, even if you wanted to move out, it may still be worth 10. You didn't lose anything. And 9 times out of 10, it's actually going to be worth 13 plus. It ain't the case in football, but it still should have a value to it that you can cash in on. Debo damaged goods. Wow. TD sound like Tannenbaum. Call it what you want, man. These are all fair questions, in my opinion. These are all fair questions. But this is what I've come to love about this team over the last 3 years, though. We've always put ourselves in a position to have options. Let me see. We always set ourselves up for options. He's right. Debo hasn't played a full season yet, but guess what? We won't have to work him in the dirt because he's all we have, like San Francisco. See, when you work one player in the dirt, they're prone to get injury. Every player that you use as a workhorse and run them in the dirt, they always get hurt. You ran Zeke in the dirt. You ran Derrick Henry in the dirt. You did the same thing with Debo, running them in the dirt because he's all you had and you had to lean on him. But when you got Tyreek and all of these guys, none of them get ran in the dirt. They stay fresh. Matter of fact, they ain't even got to be in the game the whole time. They could get all the rest they want, so every down they play, they could go 100. Have you thought about that? It reminds me of the Miami Dolphins when we had that overtime game versus the Bears at our home stadium. Frank Gore was on the team. I'll never forget. Devontae Parker was having a good game. But I'll never forget the beginning of the fourth quarter. They kept sending this man on go routes. We kept throwing him. He would catch him here and there, but you just seen him. He couldn't even jog to the huddle. He was walking to the sideline like, give me a replacement. Sat out 2 plays and came back in, and he on another go route. And then I'm tired. You just seen him. There was one time he went to the sideline and just sat down on the sideline. Flores saw it and called a timeout. Y'all forget that too. Remember, Tyreek Hill and the man on the field every play. Go watch a Chiefs game. He come in, get his 2 plays of full energy. Then he's on the sideline just sitting. Then he coming back in. They're getting their fumes as early as the first quarter, as long as drives are extending, of course. And what would you rather? Your star be out the game because they tired, or Debo coming in to spare him on this one? And y'all just alternating full-blown speed, just giving you 100% on every play. Tyreek don't stop. Yeah, he stopped when he's sitting on that sideline. He stopped when he's sitting on that sideline. Y'all watch the same games I watch. You saw it in the playoffs. They were even saying on some plays, wow, Tyreek's not even in the game on this play. In the fourth quarter, when it mattered most, because he done ran 8 plays in a row and probably caught 7 of them, and now he breathing. I don't understand this notion of passing up on Debo if you got a chance to. Trust me, this team will do a lot better if you had a Debo Samuels than a Wilkins and Gesicki, because you already got a player who deserves more reps to take over for Christian. And you and Gesicki, it's time for Hunter Long to step up. Why else did you go get a tight ends coach that's really good at his job, who know how to develop tight ends? Why else did you go get one of the best tight end coaches in the league? Y'all forgot about that? We were raving about it when they brought him in. He was one of the only guys I endorsed, because you called me a hater for most of the other ones. I endorsed Patrick Surtain, and I endorsed the tight ends coach. Them were 2 of the only coaches that I endorsed as far as having a track record of moving results. So let's see what he can do with Hunter Long. And on top of it, Gesicki's backup last year produced just as good as he did. Just as well. Yeah, if we had Brady, TD. Nah, we don't listen. We get Debo with these guys, Tua has Alabama all over again. It's impossible for the kid to fail at that point. Because if he failed, oh my gosh, I'm telling you, boy, I would officially hate the kid. Like, I know people call me a hater now. No, I would officially have a grudge against him if he failed with Debo and the rest of these guys. I would officially have a grudge. I would tell y'all, yeah, I don't like him. I don't like him at all. He just blew our chance. I can remember so many. I can remember so many on this platform was saying not to sign Armstead. Well, true. I remember I said that I was curious about Armstead. He never could stay healthy. Is that the big bang for your buck? I was one of those ones that said, don't sign Armstead. Armstead is a 10 out of 10 player when healthy. It don't get no better than Armstead. But I was one of those guys that said, go get an 8 out of 10 left tackle and go get an 8 out of 10 right tackle, JC Treader or something. Go get me 2 guys to lock the edges down and not just one and leave the other one neglected. So I was one of them people. I'm not the biggest fan of getting Armstead, but if we do, it is what it is. He is going to hold down his spot. But I'd rather Big Bang. Man ain't played a full season since I can remember a full season. So I was one of those people. But I think I had a logical reason. Yeah, I don't know why I'm talking about. No. But I did say JC at the center anyway. You're right. Not the right tackle, but the center. But either way, because at this time we were like, we didn't know what they were going to do with the left tackle. Remember, I was going big bang. Get us a center in tackles. And then let all those other guys fight for the guard position. Because I feel more confident if you got anchors at the edge and an anchor in the middle. Now let all these guys we don't believe in fight for the interior positions, but they're surrounded by greatness. That's what I was saying about J.C. Treader. Get me 2 tackles in the center and let everybody else battle for the internal. But I was also saying move Hunt to right tackle, go get a left tackle and get a center. And then let the rest of those guys battle it out. Tua got Waddle and Hill and need Debo. What does that say about Tua? That he needs a replication of Alabama. I'm not going to be mad at him because of that. It's not preferable. I told y'all this wasn't realistic in the NFL to get that type of weapons around a guy. But ladies and gentlemen, believe it or not, we could actually make this deal if we want to. We could make this deal if we want to. Let's call it what it is. We can actually go get Deebo Samuels if we wanted to. Whether it be with the draft picks or the trade that I just proposed to you. I believe we can go get Deebo if we wanted to. And if we want to, our offer will be on the table. I'm 9 times out of 9.9 times certain that he's going to choose Miami. So that's interesting, EM. I got what you just sent me, bro. If that's the case, then we already know what time it is. I think Jets are offering more. I don't care what the Jets are offering. Somebody just said that in the comment section. I don't care what they offering. If Deebo say he ain't going to sign a contract with him, what does it matter? If he ain't going to sign an extension, what you going to give away that draft pick for a 1-year player? I don't care what you're offering. See, that's the trump card right there. Wherever he don't want to go, he say, I'm not signing a long-term deal here. EM said if the Dolphins acquired Deebo, this would be one of the best trios in NFL history of wide receivers. No, this would be the best, EM. It wouldn't be one of the best trios. This would be the best trio. This would be the best trio. And people wouldn't want to do that for the sake of keeping Christian Wilkins, who is his counterpart is already playing on that level, and Christian Wilkins need an opportunity to step up at this point. And Gesicki? Don't discount wide receiver Cedric Wilson. Hey, he could be our 4th string. Him or Lynn Bowden, Preston, 4th, 5th, and 6th string. If somebody get hurt, we still in good hands. See, this is what kills me. We always talk about Tua ain't got enough weapons, right? And then you go get Will Fuller. Okay, now we got enough weapons. This should prove it. Will Fuller got hurt. Right back to the same as usual. So what's the difference if Tyreek get hurt? It's the same thing. And you're wrong if you're already going to put Cedric Wilson over Devontae Parker. I'll give you a pass if you want to say they're the same, but you're wrong to automatically give him the notch over Devontae Parker. If Tyreek get hurt, it's the same thing. When are we going to learn? You should want a Deebo. So if anybody get hurt, it don't matter. Have anybody thought about that? Has anybody considered that? Same situation. I don't know the last time we ain't had one of our best receivers not get hurt in the season and can't play more than 10 games probably. Why wouldn't you want just come on, man? Y'all do realize if Tyreek get hurt, we right back to square one, right? Same offense as last year, right? With guys who are less proven than Devontae Parker was. You do realize that, right? Next man up. They didn't say that the previous years. They complained about what Tua didn't have. If Tua puts up top 12 stats, is there an argument to be made to trade him with his value high or roll with him indefinitely? I'm afraid of Jared Goff's situation with the Rams. I really don't know, Ken, and I guess I still have an opinion of it. Here's the deal with Tua. It depends on how that top 12 status looks. I mean, we've seen him have top 5 completion percentage. We've seen him have top 5 quarterback ratings during stints. But how does that look? Is he dinking and dunking all day and then the guys are getting sickening yak? Is he throwing 2-yard passes that go for 100 all day and his quarterback rating is the highest in the NFL? I mean, how does that look? Is he being forced to make the difficult throws down the field in the intermediate? How does it look? Top 12 is subjective. It's all going to matter on how does Tua look on the field. How does he look on the field? I got like 25 minutes left, man. Listen, the link is at the top. I want to bring some of y'all in on this conversation. See what y'all thinking about with the stuff that we're talking about. We got Cedric Bryan. What's up, homie?
What's up?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
I don't know. I feel good with where the team is right now. Still pending draft and training camp and all of that stuff. I just don't want nobody to get hurt. But I mean, yeah, you bring up some good points with the Debo, and getting Debo would actually be like really nice for the offense because I already see Mike has like a plan for the offense. Mm-hmm. So getting Debo would actually make it even like harder to stop us, even if we dump it, we screen. Like I know he just has a plan for whatever he wants to do, and if he brings Debo, that's even better because he's already used him before, so it's easier. So it's just, I just want to see what it looks like defensively. I think if we trade Christian Wilkins, we'll probably be all right because Adam Butler, Raekwon Davis, Zealer. I mean, I think in the inside
they brought back some key guys.
Yeah, so the continuity is all there.
And Debo would advance the offense. It would take so much off of Tua's plate where he could actually have an opportunity to process the game. Yeah. So what do you think about some of the other things that I've been saying?
I think I might have joined like 20-30 minutes ago. So I might have to go back after this. But I mean, as far as the offseason goes, yeah, I think our biggest need is really just depth at all positions because we didn't have a lot of depth the last couple of years, especially at running back, considering like our starter was Myles Gaskins and he's not even a like all-around back. So it's the way the roster's been looking, it's already Tua's at a disadvantage. But I feel like Tua, if he just made simple improvements, it changes our team drastically. Just like you said on other streams with leading your guy, I always tell people like the quarterback's accuracy is like the most important thing for a receiver, because that's the difference between your 1,500-yard receivers and your like 800 and 900-yard
bingo
receivers. So it's just the way how you get the ball and what you do with it. How you get the ball affects what you do with it afterwards, no matter who you are.
Like here's the funny thing that people need to understand, right? I don't know. Do people understand what Tyreek Hill's numbers were last year?
No, I don't think so.
I'm gonna pull it up real quick. I want to show y'all
like 1,300 yards last year. But
he was 1,239 yards, right? In 9
that's
touchdowns.
what everybody keying in on him, though.
Yeah, but watch this. Here's what's interesting about Tyreek Hill, though. Tyreek Hill almost doubled Waddle's yards at the catch.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That means that Waddle actually was better in the base, just catching the ball.
Yeah.
Tyreek surpassed him just from the yak.
Just from Yuck Yards.
Oh, don't tell me this guy's audio is finally working, man.
Man. No, I'm still having issues with my headphones, but I'm on my speakerphone. How's my audio? Do I sound all right?
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Is this the good EM or the evil EM? I don't know.
Listen, this is the same old EM since day one. Listen. It's always an honor to be a guest on TD Foolish Talk. You know, I love it. Absolutely love it. You already know what time it is, bro. So greatly appreciate the invite.
Well, we're gonna start this conversation, but I want to apologize to all viewers. You know, sometimes we gotta have charity moments where EM make a wish. So we're gonna have him on the stream. So y'all bear with his takes, all right? But like I was asking Shedrick, EM, where was I off in my conversation, man? Like, am I? Does it make sense, or am I just spewing crazy stuff?
Well, first off, you were always spewing crazy foolishness. That's a given. But we've learned to tolerate you and accept you and love you, in spite of. But with that being said, what do you mean? Because I've been in and out of the conversation. What specifically are you talking about?
We talked about the Christian Wilkins, Zach Zeiler situation. The long-term benefit for the team, how you could save money and all of that. We talked about a potential trade for Debo using Christian and Gesicki. That's just a few of the things that we talked about. Those two things. Did you hear at least those?
Well, I'm just going to. Well, I was in and out, like I said, but we had this conversation privately last night about Christian Wilkins. So about that possibility. No, you're not. You're not far off. I agree with you 100%. I told you last night. I said, as far as Christian Wilkins specifically, I love Christian Wilkins first and foremost before they come out and label me as a hater. Yeah, before I get started with my point. But I can see the Dolphins. I look at it from this perspective. I love Christian Wilkins, the player, the potential. I love his trajectory that he's on. He's improved every year he's been in the league. However, you brought up a very good point about Zach Zeiler. I told you last night, you have his replacement, right? They're right around the same age. You have his replacement. His upside is just as high as Christian Wilkins, and he is a ton cheaper than what you're going to have to pay Christian Wilkins. And also, I'm not paying a 3-technique $17+ million anybody that's not named Aaron Donald. I'm just not doing that. So with that being said, you have his replacement already in-house. And if you acquire a player, and I wasn't a proponent of, initially when the rumor started about Debo Samuels, I wasn't a proponent of, we have to get him. We have to make this happen because of the addition of Tyreek Hill. However, what you said about, we had this conversation last night. And if you acquire him with what already we have in-house from a personnel standpoint, add him to Waddle, add him to Tyreek Hill, obviously, that would make the best. And again, I say one of in a chat, but I agree with you 100%. This would be the best trio of wide receivers the league has ever seen.
Because they can do anything.
I mean, bro, it just would actually absolutely completely stack the deck in our favor against any. Name me a defense. Let's survey the NFL landscape for a minute. What team has from a personnel standpoint that can match up with and we not even mention Cedric Wilson and Lynn Bowden. You know what I mean? What team from a personnel standpoint could match up with this offense man for man? Because it's only so much you can defend schematically with so much talent that we have on the on the offensive side of the football. It's only so much. So at the end of the day, when the scheme is not working, well, you only have one other option. You have to have personnel to counter what the opposing team is doing. And please, again, everybody in the chat, everybody on the panel, name me a defense in the National Football League right now, roster personnel wise, that has the personnel that can match us up, that can match up with this trio. Well, really, again, we didn't even mention Cedric Wilson's of the world. He's a very good, very, very good wide receiver. Name me somebody that has a personnel that can match up with us. I'll wait.
Well, it depends on what the weather is.
What I would say is when we play Tampa,
is that not fair, bro? Is that not fair?
I say the Rams, though. I would.
Here you go.
Nah. Nah, if the Bucks have AB, they beat the Rams. Man.
Well, the only reason why I say the Rams is the Rams don't have to send a blitz in order to get pressure. And by that,
that's why.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's why I told TD. I told TD that's why you have that, even if they acquire Deebo Samuels, obviously Tyreek Hill is a big acquisition. We all love that. But I told TD, Terron Armstead could be potentially the best, health permitting, could be the biggest and best and most impactful acquisition the Dolphins has ever made in free agency. I think he has that ability. And again, you said like the Rams, you brought the Rams up. You have Aaron Donald. Well, that's why you bring in a Terron Armstead.
There you go, EM. I like the way you're thinking, baby. I like the way you're thinking. But that means also that we have to invest in either getting J.C. Treader, go ahead and trade Dieter, go ahead and get J.C. Treader, or invest in making a trade to actually get a decent right tackle. And while I'm at it, let's just say this while the panel is on here. TD, how many of the apologies have come in for you? Because after hearing Tua and hearing Chris Greer at their press conference, you should be having every stream should be an apology. When you hear from their own mouths as to what you've been pointing out have been significant weaknesses and how things have been run in the Dolphins organization. I'm just sitting up here saying that guess what? I know sometimes we don't like the way TD speaks because sometimes he trolls. I know you to be a troll. Anytime your wife go ahead and break the screen because you troll so hard on Tua.
Sometimes.
But I cannot say that you're not speaking truth on some of those things.
I can. I can.
I know you can, Ian. You can't anything.
I'm saving my voice right now because I already know. Listen, I'm gonna go off on Ian when the time is right because we ain't even gonna talk about the only reason the Dolphins are in this situation to begin with is because the biggest Tua advocate is on the panel right now. That's not here nor there. Don't worry, he'll have his day in court.
Like I said, whenever I hear that, well, EM is flip flopping on Tua. EM was the biggest supporter Tua. Absolutely, pre-draft. I am that. When I am that, passionate and I have that level of conviction about a player pre-draft that I want the Dolphins to select. Guess what? That is again to justify draft status. Nothing more, nothing less. So once they get drafted, like a Raekwon Davis. Like a Benito Jones, you know what I mean? Like a Nick Needham. So once that is to substantiate the Dolphins selected him now, once they get drafted, it's a different evaluation. And everybody should take that approach. Take emotion out of it and evaluate the tape.
All right, so that's a good approach. I understand that. But you talking about the quarterback position, which is a dependent position. You're not talking about cornerback or defensive tackle. Those guys can just line up and play. Like, they're not at the mercy of the offensive line, the run game, the system. You see what I'm saying?
You mean to tell me a corner? You mean to tell me a cornerback is not dependent on the defensive line? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm not telling you that. I'm telling you that the quarterback position is different from the cornerback position in the event that it's more dependent. It's more dependent on what he has in front of him. That's what I'm saying.
If you listen to any cornerback, and I'm talking about cornerback, not quarterback, in the National Football League, and you ask them, it could be Jalen Ramsey, it could be Xavier Howard. They all reference the pass rush and coverage goes hand in hand. So they're both interdependent on each other.
Of course, that makes sense. But
so I'm trying to get the relevance of your point up here.
But you're
talking about your pre-draft analysis, right? Your pre-draft analysis was that Tua was a good player. He was suitable for the Dolphins at pick 5, correct?
I still feel that way. As long as a player the caliber of Deshaun Watson is not available for trade.
So you still
I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, but
you still feel like he's the guy.
I said, bro. See, do your homework, CB83. Just don't come up here spewing nonsense.
I'm asking you a question.
Don't
bro.
just come up. This is EM Dolphin fan you're talking to. This is EM Dolphin fan now.
CB83, yes, he still feels like Tua is the guy.
This is EM Dolphin fan. Don't come up here starting, bro. Don't, because I will bury you up here. Please stop.
Can I ask a question?
Hey, hold on, y'all, real quick. Let's get Big Nick in here, man. I ain't never heard from him before, so I see you got something to say. What's up, Big Nick?
Hey, well, first of all, I've been trying to reach out to you for the longest. I'm right here in South Florida. My channel isn't Dolphin specific, but I have 182,000 subscribers, and I've been trying to reach out to you, TD. So we got to find a way to collab to talk about some things, because I can help your channel.
You got IG?
But
Instagram?
Yeah, I got IG.
Just hit me up on Instagram.
Okay.
Just let me know who you are on Instagram.
All right, I'm Big Nick, South Florida on Instagram. I'm a civil rights advocate, man. I teach people that look like us how to operate within the government by using our natural rights that we have. But anyway, that's what I do. But I am, part of my essence is being a Miami Dolphin, right? And wait, man, I'm 51 years old. I don't know who's the elder statesman in here, but I'm 51 years old. And all I've ever known is the Miami Dolphins. I'm sorry, they're doing my yard outside. All I've ever known is the Miami Dolphins. So if anybody want to truly talk what's going on with the Miami Dolphins, let's do that. But let's not go by your lying eyes and try to sit up here and tell everybody that this man who has a winning record outside of everybody except Joe Burrow, have better statistical numbers outside of yardage, other than that man from San Diego is a bust and not right for this team when this man came off the bench at the prestigious college in college football, unfeathered, and led his team to a national championship. And outside of being injured one time, because those ankles was elective surgery, outside of being injured one time, you guys have automatically say this dude is a bust. When I studied and literally watched everybody from when I was old enough to understand who the Miami Dolphins quarterback was, David Woodley, all the way back to the scrub league, right? And you're gonna tell me that Tua is no good when this man has statistical numbers that are equal to some of the top veterans in the NFL right now today? With a winning record with 4 offensive coordinators and a head coach that didn't believe in him.
Hey, he preaching, man.
Who said Tua was a bust? Who said, please?
Yeah, who said Tua was a bust?
Oh, we didn't say that.
You don't know. Look. Just because you haven't used the word bust, but by even questioning somebody about their evaluation of why this man was selected the number 5 pick overall, when everybody and their mama was tanked for Tua. You know what I mean? Everybody and their mama was tanked for Tua, but all of a sudden he get injured and Joe Burrow wins the Heisman Trophy. Who by the way, well, I ain't gonna get into Joe Burrow. But if you guys are trying to say that Tua is not the right quarterback, then I don't know what to do as a Dolphins fan.
Who said that? Put a name on it. Put a name on it. Who said that? Put a name on it.
We still don't know yet.
Who said that? Put a name on it.
Was understood don't need to be said.
So let me ask you this: is he the same player he was in Alabama?
Is he the same player as he was in Alabama?
Yeah, I'm just curious.
I would say so, but has he had the same weapons that he had at Alabama?
Absolutely not. But this is the NFL. It's
not
nobody
in the NFL got some kind of weapons like they did in Alabama.
He had the same level of coaching that he had at Alabama.
No, and I agree with you on all of that. My thing is, he's not the same guy he was at Alabama at the end of the day. Nobody in the NFL had what he had at Alabama. He still ain't got what he had at Alabama. That's why we were talking to Devo's situation then. That would be the closest that you could replicate that. But we all knew that it's unrealistic to have what you had at Alabama.
I disagree too. I disagree. Tua is not the same. From what we've seen, given the sample size since Tua has been drafted into the NFL, athletically, Tua is not the same fucking player that he was at Alabama. Stop it.
Tua had an injury that ended Bo Jackson's career.
He's not the
Tua had an injury that ended Bo Jackson's career.
It don't matter whether he was hurt or not. The fact that he's not the same
guy. Not the same guy.
That does matter, man. Come on, man.
No, but Big Nick,
by saying that doesn't matter, is all
nobody's saying it don't matter. Be quiet and listen for a minute, please. Please be quiet and listen for a minute. What I am saying is this. You said that he's the same player. I am telling you, athletically, Tua is not. He said that. He said he is not the same player physically as a result of the injury. Listen, I am not discounting the fact that he got hurt.
I like receipts. I don't like, you just can't put anything on my plate and tell me to eat it. I like receipts. Give me an instance at Alabama where Tua's athleticism was ever showcased. Tell me when. Tell me when. Other than he was serviceable, he had great pocket awareness, and if you need him to get 5 or 6 yards, he's athletic enough to do that.
Hold on, because I'm trying to hear everybody.
LSU played Burrow in his senior year.
I'm gonna let him have it. I'm gonna let him make it.
I asked you to name me a time when Tua's career at Alabama was predicated on his athleticism.
Athleticism is important for a quarterback when you're throwing the football, when you're moving around in the pocket, knowing where you are in the pocket. His offensive line wasn't the same. His receivers wasn't the same. He threw the ball different with a different type of velocity. When you get injured so many times, your body can only take so much.
Joe Burrow has been sacked in the NFL more than Tua.
You have to retrain your body.
Joe Burrow has been sacked more than Tua.
Hold on, y'all. Listen. Hold on, everybody. CB83, hold on. First of all, let's make sure one at a time so we can hear everybody. But here's the deal, Big Nick. It sounds like you're living off of Alabama. The reality is he's not the same player anymore. Those injuries might have taken a toll.
I'm a University of Miami fan.
I'm with you.
I don't care anything about Alabama, right? I can't tell you other than I know Calvin Ridley personally because we're from the same neighborhood. I can't tell you too much about Alabama other than what most of these people on this panel is hearing from the major sportscasters. I'm not an Alabama fan. I'm a fan. So what I'm basing this off of, looking at statistics, looking at next gen stats, and seeing that Tua is one of the top 10 most accurate quarterbacks in the NFL.
What else?
What else? What?
Yeah, what else does he do well? Because this accuracy is being
he has a winning record.
No. Kid, like I told everybody, Kendrick Perkins has a winning record, but that don't mean he was the reason for it.
What? You gonna compare Kendrick Perkins to Tua Tagovailoa?
Doggone right. Tua ain't contributed none of them wins. The defense did.
Tua didn't contribute. So
Tua could barely get in the end zone. Tua could barely get in the end zone.
Let me jump in this real quick, TD. I'm driving right now. What's going on, panel? I just had to hop on real quick because I see a lot of good fellas in the house that I ain't heard from in a while on the panel. Look, when Big Nick's talking about like the statistics, I always go back to the tape. And the truth is, Tua just wasn't that good. Like when you just watch the games, right? But if you look at the stats, and this is what's said in most NFL circles, his completion percentage is high, but we all know why. Because he doesn't throw as much as other quarterbacks, and everything's real short. That's just the fact.
So that same excuse goes to Patrick Mahomes because he led the league for fast.
Hold on, because you talked already. Let me talk. Look, but that's not saying that we're hating on Tua. We don't want him to succeed. Hopefully, that's not the case with TD saying that, his body's not going to come around. Hopefully, he can hit another level because that's what this team needs this season. That's what we're all hoping for. That's not saying that we're hating on him or any of that. The second thing I wanted to say is a shout out to Donald when he was talking about apologies, because I think even Dolphin fan is due for an apology to this whole fan base for wishing Tua upon this franchise.
You think that's funny? You really think that's funny? Really? Oh, okay. All right. You think that shit is funny? All right,
that was a good one. That's the
cool.
Shout out to Ian. You know what? Thank you for having me up, TD Fans Talk, home of the real Miami Dolphin fans. Shout out to everybody on the panel. Ian, I'm really happy to hear from you. Tua, are we still arguing about Tua year 3? Should we be more concerned, right? Listen to this. Stephen Ross came out and said the new head coach is going to have the power to select whatever quarterback he wants. Mike McDaniel is starting to look like he believes Tua's going to be the quarterback that takes this team to the Super Bowl. So I already have concerns that he believes in Tua. It's hard to believe in that guy based on the performance he's given us.
Oh, Pete, shut up. Come on, man.
So my next question, who is that telling me to shut up? Look, my next question is, if Tua was coming out of this draft, what would he be?
Man.
This is like a 4th through 6th round draft pick at best.
Tua be the #1 pick he came out of the draft.
Dude, this is the problem. Y'all don't watch film. Y'all just be talking. Y'all, hey, Esther get up here and say, hey, the film tells me one thing. You don't even watch film. Break down the film and tell us what you see.
First of all, okay, please, look, CB83, I know, I see you in the comment section a lot, bro. I'm not here to break down any stats.
Yo, you didn't even play.
I'm glad you put an address on that.
But
I'm glad you put an address on that and didn't say Big Nick, because
you didn't even play.
Hold on, CB83, real quick. Do you like Baker Mayfield? Would you argue to bring Baker Mayfield to Miami?
Man, I don't want to see no Baker Mayfield.
No.
Well,
what good is he?
I gotta be honest. I gotta be.
I ain't gonna lie. That would be interesting though.
Hey, real quick.
Yo, listen, real quick. I'm actually about to dang, I wrote TD wrong. I'm about to go pick my son up from school, but I just got my cell phone logged in, as you can see next to me right here. So we're gonna keep the party going. I'm just gonna be on audio. So just FYI.
All right.
Hey,
hey man, let's be respectful though.
Yeah.
Let's be respectful. All right.
Hey, I have to say this. I have to say this about Tua. I have to say this about Tua. And going back to, let's circle back to what the point about Tua not being the same player athletically. Anyone that watches film and everybody, first off, anyone that watches film and can interpret film would clearly see there are 2 different players from Tua pre-injury at Alabama than what we've seen. Now, he might be closer back to what his body was to him getting injured at Alabama. He might be. We don't know. We have to let this season play out. But the sample size that we have been given, everybody I heard from Kurt Warner to Reason to anybody that can interpret film. Everybody, ball game, every part, the multiple private conversations that we've had. Hell, Nick Hicks himself has clearly stated he is not the same. He has not been the same player athletically that he was before him getting hurt at Alabama. That is a fact.
Right. Hey,
so
and
if you sit there trying to dispute that is ridiculous, bro.
And
especially if you're gonna sit up there and say you watching and can interpret film. But go ahead.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, so I agree with that. He's not the same player athletically, but it's never been about his athleticism. It's always been about his being able to pick apart, being cerebral, being quick with his reads, and that's always been the case. But he's always had athletes too, and that's here. And here he hasn't had it. He just hasn't had a good system around him. So it's hard for me to judge the kid off of what he has, and the system isn't cohesive to what he should be doing. It hasn't been complimentary at all.
Well, that's not true. Let me correct you, CB83. That's not true. What you're saying, absolutely. I have to offer you just a tad bit of pushback. I agree with what you're saying to some of the things some of your statement that you just made, but you're wrong. Tua's base, everything his game is predicated on his base. He's not the most physically imposing athlete. He's not the biggest. He's not the fastest. He does not have the strongest arm. So his core has to be absolutely on point at all times. Per throw. So due to his injury, right, the nature of his injury, has severely compromised his base. And if Tua cannot have a solid base mechanically, if he can have that torque in that hip, if his foundation is not aligned, it has contributed to, in my opinion,
look,
lack of accuracy.
you could be,
hang on.
100,
Let me finish.
100.
Lack of accuracy.
All that sound good.
All of those things.
All that what you just
that's what I'm saying, Big Nick. Big Nick, hold on.
That's infactual.
Look, EM, you could be right with everything you're saying, especially with the hip, but I'm not buying it. To me, what I see is a quarterback that's frantic. He's scared to let the play develop, and they had to simplify the offense and make it a quick. Look, this is what's going on, and the whole Tua fan base. Hold on, Big Nick. I'm making this up. This is what's going on as of today. Hold on. Please stop cutting me off, please. Please let me finish. Listen, this is what's going on now with Tua, and the Tua fan base is praising it. Think about what they're doing. Think about what McDaniel is bringing to Miami. They're trying to take the ball away from Tua's hand as quickly as possible. They don't want him to be the blame of the offense. Okay? They don't trust him. Tua is not trusted. When you got a franchise quarterback, you're supposed to trust him and give him the ball. They're trying to take it away from him as quickly as they can. And that doesn't seem right, and it doesn't sit well with me, especially when they're trying to do this. Let me tell you something, Big Nick. Teddy Bridgewater is not here to be on the bench, bro. And he's clearly better than Tua.
Here it comes.
Okay? So something in Miami has to happen. Because we cannot be dealing with this, bro. This is on another level of a different realm that they're just giving it to Tua. But you guys have a blessed day. Fins up no matter what. We're gonna be on the hopeful boat, and y'all keep it going. Thank you, TD, for having me up. All of you guys have a great day, man.
Simply put, Tua has been damaged goods. He's been damaged goods since day one, and he continues to be damaged goods in year 3. Now, he may not be the brand new car that you saw at Alabama, right? He in essence is a lemon of a quarterback right now, with a rebuilt engine, looks the same on the outside, but can't function in reality. Listen, can he come back? Maybe if the mechanic is good enough, maybe if he has confidence, but as of right now, objectively speaking, he has not shown the goods on the field, and that's just a fact.
Confidence will never be a factor. If you listen to every Tua excerpt, every interview, he's always constantly preaching about working hard, getting his body back in shape, and really honing in different type of skill sets to being a better NFL quarterback. Because when he came in, he didn't have those intangibles with studying, being a film junkie, or going to the way he does things is through repetition, which is where a lot of I used to play football. Being an athlete is half of being an athlete is muscle memory. If your muscles are accustomed to doing a certain thing, you're gonna do it just by second nature because you're doing it all the time, meticulous, time management on point. And his body has to go through a certain phase when he's constantly being injured and having to recalibrate his body to do something again. You gotta go back. Think about how many times he's been injured just being in Miami. He came in, he was still nursing the hip issue, but it was because they didn't feel in practice he was good enough to go out there and play.
So what do you want? So what do you want? Do you want a tissue? Do you want a tissue?
No,
don't give a damn about. About how much he's been injured.
Listen, hey, this will be my last comment.
I'm just making sure people realize that. I'm just making sure people realize year 3 for Tua is essentially year 2, because year 1 there was no real expectation, but at the same time, you only have what's on film, and what you see on film is him being taken out because he can't read the defense, because he can't make certain progressions in his he can't make certain reasons progressions, and he can't deliver the ball accurately in certain situations. And then you got the offseason where they're focused on getting Watson so bad that it's like hampering his development from the coaching staff, because now they don't really even want to coach him.
But that's kind of the mental battle too of being a pro quarterback in the NFL.
Exactly.
He's got to overcome that himself. Ain't nobody.
Exactly, Capitan. 100%, Capitan.
He's got to. That's his job. That ain't nobody else's job.
But Shedrick, the one thing that a lot of us are missing in all of this, and this is the reason why, now the same ones that are sitting here talking about Tua are the same ones who get on Austin Jackson. This is the thing that nobody is sitting up here understanding. When those guys came into the league, what was happening? COVID. Those guys did not have a chance to work out in the offseason, to get up to speed to play in 2019. Part of 2020 was the same thing. But again, I go back to the receipts of the individual based on what they said. You have to listen to Tua. And this is the reason why I was on Tua. First of all, understand, I don't mind Tua being the Miami Dolphins quarterback. However, I did not want him chosen at pick number 5. That was
understood. And that was one thing.
What I do say is this. With Tua, with Austin Jackson, and the rest of them, these guys and everybody drafted in that draft from 2019 and 2020, they had to overcome the basis of every NFL player that's in the league before them in having a training camp, having an off season, trying to learn what they need to learn. But out of Tua's own mouth came, he didn't learn to play. I kind of understand that when you're trying to rehab to come back from a major hip injury. I get that. What that's your job now. You can pay billions of dollars to be the quarterback of the Miami Dolphins. No excuse. So I don't want to hear talking about I can't learn. You better learn. You getting paid the money to do it.
I agree
Number
with you.
2 comes this. This is where we're going to see whether or not any type of improvement is with Tua and Austin Jackson, Noah Igbenogany, and the like. They cannot say, I haven't had an offseason. I cannot say that I haven't had the coaching staff or anything else. But when I hear Tua Tagovailoa saying, guess what? I'm getting my family to come out to do repetition on the offense outside so that way I'm familiar with how it runs. That's well and good, shows me you can aesthetic, but it also is a concern for me because it does not tell me you're spending time in that film room to understand defenses. Because guess what? The best time for you to know to make your first read is when the defense is playing opposite to what the play is being called. So you got to know the offense as well as seeing designs of a defense.
I don't necessarily agree.
Plays, because if you don't believe it, just look at the stats of Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow got better when he held the ball more than 3 seconds. Tua got worse. And I don't want to hear all the excuses from being injured, not having the time to learn, or anything else. In fact, I hear Tua saying he spent more time on the golf course than he does in the film room. So I'm concerned about this, and I want to see whether or not it translates to either A, a division title, and B, the playoffs. Let's see.
I think in order to have a real conversation, there has to be an intent to have an honest conversation, right? And when you leave out certain things such as nuances matter, intangibles matter. These things matter when you're trying to sit up here and convince someone yay or nay. You have to include all of those into the whole structure. That's not the basic of what I want to say, because what I want to say to the panel is that I believe everybody on this panel right now is true, knowledgeable, inside, reading articles, listening to what the players say, that we know our team. So what we have to do as responsible Dolphin fans is to call out the BS of these so-called fans that be making stuff up, right? Because that is not going to help out this conversation or us move forward to show the rest of the world that this is a team that's going to be reckoned with. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because—
Give us an example of that. Give us an example of that.
What do you mean specifically? What do you mean specifically about making stuff up?
Okay, you heard that dude say that Mike McDaniel is brought in here specifically to change the offense and take the ball out of Tua's hand, right?
You watch San Francisco.
We all know.
Who said that? Who said that?
That was Pete that said it. And honestly,
the one out there was making it up.
Yeah,
we all know what
that's an interpretation of what Tua said himself.
Passing game.
Yeah, Tua, exactly. Tua said that himself.
It's absolutely not. It's absolutely not. Listen, we all know what tree Mike McDaniel comes from, right? We all know what tree he comes from. He comes from the Shanahan tree. Outside of John Elway, could anybody name to me a dominant quarterback in that system?
Jake Plummer.
Outside of John Elway,
remember this guy, Joe Montana? Joe Montana, Steve Young. Okay, Matt Ryan was an MVP. Matt Ryan. Listen, they all came from under the grandfather is Bill Walsh. So
Bill Walsh.
Matt Ryan was an MVP.
Bill Walsh he's not even the grandfather because he's not the creator of the West Coast. He just implemented the West Coast offense. Mike Shanahan is wide.
Bill Walsh is the architect of the West Coast offense. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Bill Walsh.
Okay, I'm not going to argue that because this stuff is easily researchable. It's easily researchable. Right?
I think that's common knowledge. I think nobody can look that up.
It's easily researchable. We don't have to go out the. There's a couple of things that I don't do. One of the things I don't do is talk about shit that I don't know about. All right, that's real. You can research it. I'm not going to argue that with you. Research it and find out how Bill Walsh got a hold to the West Coast offense. But anyway.
Okay.
Anyway, my whole point
is something I don't know. I'd like for you to enlighten me on that. I really would, because I haven't heard that before. I've never heard that. I have never heard anything contradictory of Bill Walsh being the architect of the West Coast concept. I really would like for you to explain it, enlighten me on that.
Well, I'm not going to explain it to you because I just told you you can research it, Google.
Okay, no problem.
Google,
no problem. But go ahead.
It'll lead you to the article. It'll lead you to the information on the West Coast offense, right? The West Coast offense goes back as far as y'all read it. You'll read it, right? But I didn't say he didn't implement it into the NFL. I just say he's not the creator. He got it from somebody. That's all I'm saying. But Mike Shanahan is the wide zone offense. That's a different variant. That's not the same as the West Coast. The wide zone is not the same, right? That's how he was able to take undrafted in the 7th round and the 6th round draft choice and make him Hall of Fame.
Well, wide zone is a reference to the running game. That's a reference to the running game, not the passing game.
Listen. The West Coast concept, okay, when you're talking about a concept,
that's a passing concept.
That's a passing concept. So
yes.
Which one is it? Is he the innovator of a run game concept or a passing game concept? Which one is it?
The West Coast offense is designed for short passes and one-on-one plays to get your man to the best matchup. That's the West Coast offense.
And didn't Mike Shanahan have those concepts?
Whether it's running or passing, the West Coast offense is designed to take advantage of specific weaknesses, short to intermediate plays.
Didn't Mike Shanahan implement those concepts in his offense? Did he have it? One that is a base concept in his fundamentally in his offenses in Denver and in the Raiders, Denver as well as Washington.
You know the wide zone. And the reason I'm able to talk about the quarterback play because that's
use Debo out of that running concept.
You know the wide zone isn't only predicated on running, right?
Can I say something?
But that's the basis of it. Moving those linemen and getting outside and the cutback lanes that form.
Brand new.
I have never. It's so hard. Look, it's hard to have look. No offense is predicated on one or the other. Offenses are predicated on creating mismatch. Period.
Correct.
Period. So if this offense best dynamic to create a mismatch is to use this concept and run the ball, that's what it's going to do. In another case, that same exact offense might be because of the predication of the style of offense, the pass is killing the team. So nobody ever builds offense and say this is 90% run, 10% pass. No, every running play has a passing play to go with it.
But you gotta watch San Francisco and how they schemed it because Mike McDaniel is under Kyle. So Kyle implemented a system and Mike is scheming it up. And most of the scheme is getting the ball out of Jimmy's hands as quickly as possible, whether it's a jet motion, handoff, drag, whatever pass it is, but it's designed for Yak, for Debo, for Ayuk, for Elijah.
And those are fundamental principles, foundational principles of a West Coast approach.
That's the NFL. That's the NFL right now.
Can I ask y'all one question?
That's the NFL right now.
Can I ask y'all one question though?
Yeah.
Do y'all think y'all making the playoffs this year?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't say that yet.
No.
I wouldn't say that.
Absolutely.
No. Since y'all got all these,
because if you ask me, AFC West got
the reality is we have to make the playoffs this year.
Who are you a fan of? Who's team?
Miami Dolphins second, Deshaun Watson first.
Oh wow!
So
you just
real fan.
I'm
a name.
Another question.
You're
I like the name on the front.
That's the Watson there.
Question I got for y'all is,
I like the name on the front.
All this money in free agency. So when you got to give Tua that $40 million contract deal, do you think he's going to be able to carry the team?
He needs to.
Absolutely.
He must do it.
So you think he is?
Absolutely.
I don't think it.
I have a lot of doubts about him, but that is the burden being placed on him this season.
Y'all going to pay him $40 million?
I don't want to.
No, I wouldn't want to.
That's another conversation for another day. That's
you're taking this in a different direction, dude.
You can't take it to another day because this is his third year. Y'all got to.
Is his contract up? Is his contract up? Is his contract up for renewal right now?
He'll come up in.
We got 2 more years.
So yeah, it is a conversation for another day.
Do y'all keep him?
Right now, we focus on this year.
You taking the conversation left. Most of us in here have big doubts about Tua, right? But we want our team to win. So we're counting on Tua to prove our, to make the improvements and prove us wrong, right? We're hoping that Tua is the guy. But I, for one, have serious doubts that he is. That being said, our offense is so fully tooled this year that a pedestrian quarterback ought to be able to lead this team to the playoffs at the very least.
I don't think Tua this year is going to be asked to shoulder 80% of the load. I just don't think so. But now I want to see this is for me personally. I want to see tangible improvement. I will know what to look for on film to see that Tua is actually getting better other than individual statistics. Okay. But in year 4 and year 5, when they have to let go and replenish a lot of this talent, for salary cap reasons, where you might lose a Tyreek Hill, you might lose another key piece that you have now in-house. And then, there's a drop-off and Tua is asked to carry more of the load. Well, okay, the expectations will go up in year 4 and year 5. But as of this year, Tua is not, I don't think Tua, now I'm not expecting greatness from him. Well, Tua needs to be very good this year, very good. And I mean, the baseline statistic-wise should be 32 touchdowns, 4,000 yards, with this, especially if they get Deebo Samuels. 4,000 yards, I want to see a high completion percentage and a high quarterback rating, QBR, et cetera, et cetera. But for him being the primary guy and the primary reason, the person asked to shoulder 100% of the load this year, that's not going to happen. And I don't think
the AFC is loaded.
And I don't think that's the approach with him being in his third year.
What do y'all feel about these numbers? 2.1, 1.9, and 1.7. Do you know what those numbers are?
No.
Those numbers are the yards of separation per reception.
That's
who the last two.
You can't do that. You can't do that, man. We have watched all these games. You can watch every Dolphins game from this past 2 years, and you can see in the game where Tua has made okay. You're talking about separation. I get tired of seeing this and hearing about it. Okay, we don't have the best receivers. All you do as a quarterback is throw the ball where they're supposed to be meeting you. If you're meeting the receiver at a certain spot with the football, you're gonna get a big play. Now we don't have big plays, guys. Waddle was the only big play guy that we got that wasn't Devontae Parker for some years. So it's like
2.1 yards of separation.
You have a burner in Jalen Waddle. Why are you still inaccurate? Why, if he's running a 10 and out, he's catching it and he's stopping and he's got to juggle the ball and whatever. I'm watching the Ravens game and I'm thinking, bro, we should have had like 4 touchdowns passes. Because what are we doing?
1.9. 1.9 time to throw the ball.
Hold on.
We can go all day on this.
Okay. Well, this is where I'm gonna go and say, this is where you're going to see improvement. The Miami Dolphins are 1-9 against the Buffalo Bills. Tua is 0-5 against the Buffalo Bills. Let's see him at least get a split between the Buffalo Bills. This will see whether or not there has been improvement. If he can't lead the team, as much as people want to talk about the defense has kept Miami in every game for Buffalo. And they have gotten tied to the ineptness of the offense. Let's see him at least get a split at home. I'm done.
I agree, Donald. Let's put that on the report. Let's put that on the report.
2-0. Mark my word.
I've been waiting patiently real quick. Guys, honestly, what worries me with Tua specifically, I know I bring this up all the time, but let's say we're playing in the middle of winter in cold weather. Is Tua's arm strong enough to cut through that cold weather in Buffalo, or if we're playing in like Cleveland or something like that when there's really strong winds and stuff? Can you trust his arm?
We couldn't win those games with Marino. I know. I was there.
Yep.
He's not Marino. Hey, that's a good question. That's something we'll have to see. But bringing in Mike McDaniel is making the offense easier for him to not have to,
carry the load.
It's gonna depend on what we look like throughout the season, because we don't even know what the schedule is. I mean, we got lucky this year with Buffalo getting them, I think, in November. So it's like we still got to see the schedule and the schedule layout. But I agree. That's still my concern with Tua this year.
Yeah,
he's gonna be able to, he's gonna be able to diamond out in the cold weather. I still have worries about
and Cedric, that's one thing I'm worried about this offense, that it's gonna make people use the word irrelevant. This offense is gonna make the quarterback position irrelevant. That's what scares me. When people use the word irrelevant, is what we were talking about this on Chris's panel with color, and they kept on using the word irrelevant. That's what scares me. When you use the word irrelevant, doesn't that worry you a little bit?
Yeah,
What do you mean by? Well, I don't understand it. What do you mean by make that position irrelevant? Well, I don't understand that. Please, where'd that come from?
What he's saying is, like, I don't know. I wasn't in the stream, but I guess the way they run the offense, is making it to where the quarterback has the least amount to do with the production as possible. While
he's a facilitator rather than someone who makes the offense.
Oh, okay.
That's the idea.
I'm sorry, I was in and out. I caught like the last part. Okay, I get it. That's what I'm asking. When they use a term like irrelevant, doesn't that scare you? Like, well, I don't know. Well, I never heard Mike McDaniel say his system and his philosophy renders that position irrelevant. I never heard that come out of his mouth. Sure, is this offense more quarterback friendly than some other systems? Absolutely. Yes. But if that was the case, why would Kyle Shanahan trade? If they were satisfied with what they were getting from Jimmy Garoppolo, why would they trade Morgan's 3 first-round picks and a part of their future to go up to get a more talented version of what they already had in-house if it was irrelevant? No, absolutely not. I mean, I don't know where that comes from, irrelevant. Now, again, like I said previously, Tua won't be asked to shoulder, 95% of the load. He shouldn't. No quarterback shouldn't, because this is, every player needs support. Every player in the National Football League needs support around them. However, this is generally a more quarterback-friendly offensive approach. But again, Tua will be asked to be good, very good, and he should. The expectation of Tua this year should be that he's very good, not necessarily great, but very good. And also, he will be asked to lead this team into a playoff berth, hopefully. So I don't know what that. I think some people need to. I think people need to retract that irrelevant statement. Irrelevant. Oh, absolutely not.
Listen, guys.
Hey, that's why y'all need to stop listening to everybody. That's the problem. Y'all be listening to everybody except the head coach and what he said.
Yeah.
Listen, guys. Playoffs is the baseline. Playoffs is the baseline this season. Tua, whether you credit the quarterback or not, the Dolphins have to make the playoffs this season. And at some point
How
during
y'all
the
get into the
season,
playoffs?
Tua will be called
19
upon
wins
to
in 2
win
seasons,
a game or two. At some point, it'll be on Tua's shoulders to win a game or two. West Coast offense or not, quarterback-friendly system or not. Now, can he do it? That's the biggest question mark the team has. If he does not, then experiment is over, baby. There's no more time.
Yeah.
And I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm cool
When
with
you
that too.
look at the quarterbacks, guys, when you look at the history of the Shanahan offense, weren't most of the quarterbacks big body quarterbacks in general, like guys like Jake Plummer who were more sturdy? Because Tua seems like he's not as big as the natural.
That was the NFL back then, man.
Bring that offense.
That's the NFL standard. That's the NFL standard.
Yeah,
Generally,
that's NFL.
that's the NFL standard. That's not a West Coast standard, bro.
I
Now, if you want to talk about comparisons, like players that have been in this system, maybe not the exact same system under Kyle Shanahan, but variations of it. Generally they don't have, again, the prototype for this system is not necessarily being able to throw the ball 70 yards. You know what I mean? Quick release, timing, and also being able to
the prototype is Steve Young.
Quickly survey the field, identify what the defense, diagnose what the defense is showing you, and make the appropriate play. It's majority mental. So in terms of size, height, no, that's not that's not prototypical of the quarter. I wouldn't necessarily say. I would definitely not make that statement.
The reason why
Steve Young is the prototypical West Coast quarterback. Steve Young.
Yeah, no,
I think Joe Montana is my opinion.
Yeah, I would say Joe Montana.
Well, I give it to Steve Young because he can be a lot more mobile than Joe Montana. That's why.
You guys, honestly, do you think that's what I'm asking? Do you think eventually the small type of quarterbacks like Tua, like that are skinny like that, are going to be phased out of the league because teams are going to be more worried about them getting hit, like getting serious injuries like that?
No, I'm not sure, man. It's all upon your skill set, man. Tua's a marginally athletic quarterback. He has an average arm, not even average arm. He has a low key of below average arm. He's fighting an uphill battle because everybody he's going up against is more talented than he is.
Well, the threshold for success is always going to be higher for an undersized. The threshold for success is higher for a quarterback who brings that skill set into the league. However, a quarterback like that can always overcome those that limitation with his moxie, with his ability to process the game and deliver when it counts. And so Tua has that opportunity this season. He does, and that has been a part of his scouting report, was that he was going to bring those kinds of intangibles, those kinds of qualities to the table. But again, objectively speaking, that hasn't been seen. It has flashed in certain moments, but it has not been consistent.
That was the exact point I was going to make, because Tua has, at Alabama and during stretches since he's been in an NFL, he has flashed that ability. But see, here's the thing. Every quarterback at this level flashes. Hell, they won games with Nick Mullen. Nick Mullen had some games when Jimmy Garoppolo was hurt last year. I think it was last year. It might have been the year before. Nick Mullen was an undrafted guy, and he had, during stretches of that particular season, he was in the top 5 in terms of individual statistics for a 1 to 2 week stretch. So my point is, when you're at this level, every quarterback flashes. Consistency at the NFL level relative to every position 1 through 53, consistency is always the requirement. And that is Tua's issue. The consistency in the application has been his issue. And you can say attribute a lot of that to the O-line. You can say a lack of running game, and all of those points are valid. Nobody's saying it's 100% Tua's fault, but there's also a sample size of when Tua has the benefit of a running game. He has protection, and it's just his application has been spotty and erratic.
I want to ask,
how far can, when you say intangibles, how far can that take you when the quarterback has serious physical limitations.
Well, it depends on what you mean. I mean, I'm gonna just go to last year. Last season, I saw 2 games where I was angry at Tua, and we lost 2 of those games, I believe, because of him. The first game being Atlanta Falcons. There is no way.
Jacksonville.
There is no way. No. I'm going to Atlanta because Atlanta was a winnable game that we literally
Jacksonville
had it right there.
As his fault.
Right. But the Atlanta game, I literally watched him do it. He got sick of running the RPO. He got sick of moving the ball methodically, and he wanted to speed it up. So you know what he did? He bypassed his initial read, and he made an errant pass. It was inaccurate. It was intercepted. That was his second interception, putting us in a bind where Atlanta was driving down the field, and we constantly had to stop them and get a turnover. But that started now we're down 27. Oh, now we're down this, and we got to come back. We got to do this, and that saved us an extra touchdown. This I alluded to that.
Hey, Cedric, do you remember when Tua gave us the lead late in that game? Do you remember when Tua gave us the lead late in that game and we depended on the defense?
We shouldn't have had to do that. It's my point.
Oh my God, they get paid too. Atlanta get paid too.
Hold on. TD says this religiously. If Tua,
no. Let me speak for myself.
No.
No. I hate when people.
Did the defense collapse?
I hate when people. No. Let me talk.
TD, you say it religiously.
I hate when people talk about the Atlanta Falcons game.
Without mentioning the defense.
I don't care nothing about you digging yourself out of a hole that you dug. You dug yourself out of a hole that you dug. And in order to dig yourself out, the defense had to make stops for your mistakes.
Yeah.
The defense had to make stops from your mistakes. You're too big. The defense had to make stops.
Thank you, TD.
TD. Everybody, the entire year, for the most part, up until that point, had Kyle Pitts in lockdown. He destroyed us.
Cal Pitts didn't.
So nobody's going to mention that.
Cal Pitts didn't destroy us until 2 plays at the end of the game. Which accounted
he ate the boy all day. He ate him up the whole day.
The wide receiver and the running back was the one that destroyed us.
He ate him up the whole day, TD. You know he did.
Man, listen. If
he ate him up the whole game, TD.
Tua threw 2 interceptions and dug this team a hole. And just because he came back from the hole, which it don't just take a quarterback to come back from a hole. The defense still have to stop you to come back from a hole.
Yeah.
The defense and Tua brought them back. But Tua had 2 picks, and the defense let 1 drive go at the end. You're likely to lose with a pick game.
TD said Kyle Pitts ate Eric Rowe ass up the whole game. Said TD.
You breaking up, TD?
Hey, to be fair,
Kyle Pitts destroyed him the whole game.
Kyle Pitts gave it to everybody, Xavier Howard included.
He gave it to Byron Jones.
Well, my point.
Everybody got it that game.
My point was,
Cedric is pointing out, Pitts did not become the man irrelevant until the second half of that game. The first half of that game was Patterson and the other wideout. They were the ones that were sitting up here tearing up Miami. He became
Pitts was getting first down
at the 6-minute point of the third quarter and fourth quarter. That's when Pitts became relevant.
Well, I think that's even more impressive, Donald, because that's
Josh Boyer was not sending a 0 blitz. That was the problem. We were playing too much zone.
I would agree with that.
Boyer was scared, man. Boyer was scared.
But again, Pitts. I mean, what the way Pitts was done, how he was able to dominate the secondary, not just one player, but the entire secondary, and especially in the second half when it's when things were tight and he needed to make plays for his team, I think that was even more impressive, bro. So so let's just not single out Eric Rowe. Everybody got it that game for the most part.
But Eric really got it. Eric got it when it counted against the Raiders. Waller was killing.
Waller was going crazy, boy.
Yeah. Waller was going,
but Ed was in his chest.
And we had no answer for him. But at the same time, what was Boyer doing? He did the same thing in 2021. I mean, in 2020 and 2021 against both of those teams. He was playing too much zone. After that game, that's when Brian Flores said, we will be more aggressive. That's when they began to start doing zero blitz. So I'm sitting up here, and that's for you, Big Nick. You 51, I'm 56. I've been watching the Dolphins since 69. And I tell you this, that's the one thing that I could count on with a Don Shula team. I could count on not only offense, but at least some balance of defense. This team, we got defense, but our offense has yet to catch up. This could be the first time where our offense can actually be on par with the defense that we have. Because the defense we've been showing the past 3 years has been Super Bowl, has been playoffs, and potentially conference championship level defense. So
hey,
you got 3 years now. This is year 3 for him. This is what I want to see. I want to see improvement from him. In fact, I want to see improvement for everybody because we cannot sit up here and say that nobody doesn't need to improve when we haven't made the playoffs in all 3 years. We need improvement across the board.
You're right. But I'm gonna troll your ass right now, though. Since you brought up the balanced attack with Don Shula, I'm gonna troll you right now because I told you I like to see. I'm gonna say one name for you. You ready? Tom Oliver
Yes. Yes, and that was the reason why Don Shula got fired. I agree with you, but see, that's something in the NFL we don't have anymore. We don't have loyalty. We only got people who are concerned about themselves and how it's going down. And just like another thing in which TD brought up, and I'm going to wait to see and hear some apologies on too. Everybody was ready to jump on Brian Flores talking about how inept he was as a coach. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, last I checked, Chris Greer, Brian Flores, Tua Tagovailoa, and also Austin Jackson. All of them had something in common. They were all rookies at their position. They are still learning how to do their jobs. When Flores
nobody wanted to work with Flores. No coaches wanted to work with him. So we got Lemieux.
Y'all go OTD some apologies because Flores was unceremoniously and unreasonably fired.
I'll never apologize to TD for nothing. Never. Stop that nonsense, Donald. Stop it right now.
Like I said, pride goes before fall. You better be ready to, because at least one thing we can say on this channel, we're going to discuss the facts and we're going to discuss the truth, regardless, like it, lump it, same man or choke. That's the way it's supposed to be. This is what dialogue is about. You don't have to. When you don't agree, at least listen.
Except when it comes to TD. I have no, except when it comes to TD, I've been dealing with this foolishness for going on 3 years now. Y'all know, y'all see the tape. Y'all know, y'all have been here since the beginning. Y'all know what I've had to deal with.
I done broke 3 phones listening to TD.
Absolutely not.
I done smashed 3 phones listening to TD. I don't even try to reason with TD no more. I done smashed 3 phones.
Hey, Donald, but
you don't like the truth? You don't like the truth?
Hey, he's wrong.
I got to be honest. I'm sorry, Donald. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, bro. Oh, I'm sorry, CB. Go ahead. My bad.
Just real quick. Donald said you can't fault Flores, man. Flores had 3 years to get the offense right. You gotta take that into account, man. Like, whether you say he was fired unreasonably, you got to take into account that he never got the offense right in the 3 years that he was here. I mean, that's something.
And nobody wanted to work for it.
Because y'all had a better quarterback.
How many coordinators did he have?
Nobody wanted to work for it.
Did he have? I remember on this show, we were sitting up and blaming Terry Daly for the offense.
Kelly was the second OC. Kelly was the second OC because he brought somebody from New England for year 1.
Yes.
Yeah, but you can't count year 1 whenever they were.
His defensive coordinator left the same job to go get the same job. Nobody does that.
Yeah, but
he
they
had
were
the mule and the offensive line
purging the
coach.
whole team. They got rid of all the good players.
Yes. Graham left. The
They were
defensive
tanking the
coordinator.
first year. We forget they were taking
Defensive coordinator. His defensive coordinator took a lateral job.
Well,
He couldn't get an offense. He had 4 offensive line coaches. The last one had no business being an assistant, and he was an offensive line.
If we listen, if we're going to be fair,
a rookie head coach. Was he a rookie head coach for the Dolphins? He's going to make mistakes. Just like when I see Tua making a mistake, I understand based on where he is in his development, those are bound to happen. Just like with Chris Greer.
Hey, as a
listen. I think you know something. To be honest with you, bro, you know, and I you know me, you know, I love Brian Flores. I would love
my new camera's here, guys.
I would have loved to have seen him get a 4th year. You know, if they could have found a way to make it work and coexist. But CB is right though. See, he is correct. You know, he had 3 years to get to assemble a complete team. He had 3 years, and he just fell short on one side of the football because he got 2/3 of the team right. Special teams, defense, the only thing that was left for him to get the offense corrected. But unfortunately, Flores, his actions, you know, off the field and behind closed doors, and the more information that I've found out from not media, not stuff that's on ESPN and Fox. I'm talking about people that are close to the team.
Close to everything.
Flores just made it create heat. It's not 100% on him, but it was just an unhealthy work
He made too
environment.
many enemies inside that building. Listen, if we're going to be objective on Tua, we got to be objective on Flores too. At some point, we're going to have to get a full clearinghouse on and write the book on what happened with Flores. I'm sure of this though. Flores in his second job, he is going to improve from what he learned here with the Dolphins.
I think he will.
Oh, yeah.
I think he will.
Oh yeah,
because I'm gonna be honest with you, he's an excellent. If you look at again, I think Flores has the potential to be.
I don't think the brother gonna get another job.
He'll get one. He's so good. He'll get one. He'll get one.
One of the top minds in the NFL. That is undisputed.
I think Flores has the potential to be an excellent head coach, not defensive coordinator.
I don't think the
but
brother
head
gonna
coach.
get another job.
He'll get another chance. It might take him a while. He might have to sit under. Mike Tomlin for a few years. And again, that's not like one of the worst jobs in football. But I think Flores, he's too good a mind to.
Right.
You know,
Marvin Lewis
can't
get a job.
As a tactician,
Marvin Lewis can't get a job. 4 straight playoff appearances, can't get a job. Marvin
Who
Lewis.
is that? Who is that?
Marvin Lewis.
Well,
Cincinnati, 4 straight playoff appearances.
Marvin Lewis could have a job if he really wanted to. That's coming out of his mouth.
Right.
If he really pushed it, if he really pressed teams and really got out there, Marvin Lewis would have had a job. Maybe not now because he's been 3 years removed from the game, but. If he really pressed it, he would. Marvin Lewis would have got a job somewhere else.
But you know what?
I think Flores will.
I think a lot of us sit down and we ignore the fact with Flores' first year. Yeah, you went 5-11, but he has always had the propensity of getting winners out of whatever roster he had there. You dump the roster your first year. You're starting to get players in your second year. Your third year, you're thinking you're getting ready to make a move and become playoff eligible. But at the same time, I agree with you. Offensive-minded wise, that was a detriment on him, and I think that comes with learning over time. But at the same time, what we can't say is
honestly, Donald,
a good offensive head coach.
But see, Flores.
Right.
Here's why I'm critical of Flores. Who was that? I'm sorry. Did I interrupt somebody? I'm sorry. Who was that?
That was CB.
Oh, no, that was me.
Go ahead. My bad, CB. Go ahead.
I was just saying, Donald, real quick. I don't think it's necessarily just about the offense for me, because when you look at Flores' team, special teams took a step back. Defensively, we took a step back in terms of penalties and just bonehead plays.
Yeah.
So I think it was about.
That's a lie. That's a lie. We were the least penalized team in the NFL.
This past season,
penalized team in the NFL.
I think 2020 we was least penalized.
Big Nick told y'all you can't be making stuff up.
Yep.
That's not true. We were not the least penalized team. You can go look that up.
Bro, go look it. Well, you go look it up. What are you talking about?
Hold on 1 second.
Penalized. We didn't get penalties, man.
Listen, TD's administration had an issue with talent evaluation. That's probably something that we have to say about him. But in terms of his tactics, his game day tactics, the man was astute. He knew how to make adjustments at halftime. The team came out almost every game with a game plan to put a 7 on the board in the first drive. That's something he brought over from New England, right? In terms of his defense and his discipline, these guys were tough and they were ready to win on a day-to-day basis. Now, we can talk strengths and weaknesses. Again, I think
we were not the least penalized team. I just looked up the stats. We were middle of the pack. We had 105 penalties for 825 yards. So don't say we're the least penalized team in the NFL because that's a lie. So
I said Flores was the least penalized. Go look at the running 3 years for Brian Flores.
Yeah. 3 years?
I said last year. I didn't say. I said we took a step back penalty-wise. Are you listening? Are you comprehending? We took a step back. That's what I said.
But CB,
we got a lot of penalties.
That phenomena will happen during any coach's administration. It's about how you adjust to the what's happening in front of you at a given time in that season.
Right.
I'm sure that was a task in the early season. How do I deal with these penalties? We have taken a step back, right? And they improved as the year went on.
A lot of things changed. Flores got rid of the TNT wall. He got rid of the attention to detail in practice. As a result of that, it cost us football games.
Right.
Whether you like it or not.
No. It's not about liking it or not.
Right.
Yep.
He got rid of certain things that he implemented the first 2 years. As a result of that, the team took a step back. Also, there was a lack of focus. There was a lack of focus in the locker room. What I'm saying is,
that a result of Brian Flores? Because I don't care what you say. The fact is, you go 1-7 and you don't lose your locker room, and your team balls out.
Listen, man. Listen.
Except for 2 games, you lost your team.
Let's be clear. It wasn't a 1-17 to start the season. It wasn't.
Let's be clear. Whether you like
it or not, it wasn't.
No, these guys, Brian Flores, rookie coaching season, he had the 4th least penalties in the NFL. His sophomore season, he had the 3rd least penalties in the NFL. Last year, he jumped up in penalties. A lot of that had to do with the health of the defense and all them holding calls they kept getting.
I agree.
So whose fault is that?
That ain't on Flores. At the end of the day, we know that he breeds discipline. He bleeds discipline. How about you get a quarterback? How about you get a quarterback? How about you get a quarterback that don't hold on to the ball? Let me ask y'all a question. Have you ever seen Tua throw a ball away in his life? Have you ever seen Tua throw a ball away in his life?
He ran throw a pick and throw the ball away.
Yep.
I've never understood that about a quarterback. This is the only quarterback that I don't recall him throwing the ball out of bounds intentionally, like almost never.
So he never.
And that's why he's one of the worst in the NFL when he gets more time to throw the ball, because he don't never just get rid of it.
Man,
which also creates more holding calls because he holds on to the ball.
So we get holding calls because Tua holding the ball.
He has a large part to play in it. He holds on to the ball and everybody knows it. He always has. Going back to Alabama.
What about the offensive lineman just getting beat off the break? Just getting beat off.
They get beat off the break. Were they not getting beat off the break last year when we had the 3rd ranked offense?
They were better last year.
I mean, when we had the 3rd ranked penalties,
least amount of penalties. How did they compare to the Cincinnati Bengals with Joe Burrow?
They were better.
Were they offense better than Miami?
Year, guys.
Was their O-line better than Miami?
You can't make all these excuses for Flores. That's why Flores ain't got a job right now in the Miami Dolphins.
No, you can't make all these decisions for Flores when you got receipts about an owner that's doing
excuses
and going out of the way of trying to get a winner by any means necessary.
Flores does have a job. He's a linebackers coach.
He just came from an
he does have a job.
like
he ain't unemployed.
They did the same exact thing, and he was trying to keep the owner from sitting up and going to jail and putting a hamstring in the organization again. So you mean to tell me because he didn't agree with Ross, which is the reason why he got fired in the first place. So you mean to tell me because he didn't agree with doing things the wrong way and wanting to win, all of a sudden that's the reason for getting fired? Okay,
y'all don't got to worry about
this stuff don't go down. If the NFL wins its suit of making this go to arbitration, if it goes to arbitration, you're right. We're going to continue to think this way about Brian Flores. But I guarantee you between a dime and a doornail, if this stuff gets put out in court like he wants it to be, you're going to see that the real problem has been the same problem the past 14 years. His name is owner Stephen Ross. Flores has bosses. We have to do what bosses tell him to do. Right. Guess what? A lot of what he did was a lot coming from the top and not from him.
That's probably why we drafted Tua in the first place and not Herbert, because it came from the top.
Y'all
don't gotta worry about it.
Flores didn't want Herbert. That's been confirmed. Flores didn't want Herbert. You can't use that narrative now. Let's be fair. If we're going to be fair now, he wanted Jordan Love. That's who he wanted. So, listen. At the end of the day, Flores. I think Flores was a young developmental coach. In his going to his fourth season, he wasn't perfect. He had his flaws, and he has to learn from those flaws. But
it don't matter.
I just think
if y'all had a better quarterback, y'all be better.
Well, okay, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, that's fair. But I just think if you're going off production on the field, like when they had that press conference and Steve Ross announced that he fired him, the first thing that came out of his mouth, it wasn't because of his ability as a coach, and it wasn't because of production that he got out of the team. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what I got from what his statement was. So with that being said, I mean, I'm not a proponent of fire. If you have it's too hard to win in this league for back-to-back seasons, considering the first year it was a complete reset, right? And you still, again, with all of his flaws now, he still produced back-to-back winning seasons, which is extremely difficult to do at this level. I just think I wanted Flores to get another year, but Flores, I just think Flores has his flaws, and people that know, nobody knows 100% of what transpired behind closed doors unless you were there. But we've all heard things privately. It's just Flores, he just needed the things that the power move that he was trying to make, he just needed a more extensive resume to make that type of move. It was too soon. I think Flores personally, again, there was a lot of issues, but I think Flores was trying to make a power play, and Flores at this point in time don't have the cachet to do that in the league. And
he was trying to get Watson.
They
should have just got Watson. He was trying to get Watson. They should have went and got Watson because he could still play. They should have just got him, and then y'all probably would have been in the Super Bowl instead of the Bengals.
Well, yeah. I don't know about Super Bowl, but absolutely, if Deshaun Watson is on this roster, if Deshaun is on this roster day one, there's no way in the world you can convince me that this wouldn't have been a playoff team.
You preaching to the choir, Gigi.
There's no way.
You preaching to the choir, Gigi. What's wrong with you? You preaching to the choir, Gigi. That's been the main play over here for the last year, man. I think everybody on this panel, other than CB, wanted Watson.
Watson is a far better player than Tua, but with the accusations out there, you can't make that move. And you can understand why they did.
The Browns did. I think Baker Mayfield is better than Tua.
After
the fact,
went
to go get Deshaun Watson.
I don't know, bro. You was taking that Watson hate. I heard you on other platforms.
Watson,
and
you heard me every time you heard me say
Watson hate
No,
what?
let's keep it 1,000 now. Stop it.
Watson,
Don't do
my
that.
favorite player.
Don't do that.
Watson is my favorite player.
So what did I say, EM?
CB,
So we
CB,
got
I
receipts.
heard. Listen.
We got receipts.
And for hang on. And for all them minions that's gonna run back and tell. Hang on. Can I finish? Can I finish my point, please?
All right.
Listen. And for all the minions that's gonna run back and tell Reason this is something we've had this conversation multiple times. So I'm beating you to the point. On Fit Side NFL, when you had all them two-and-ears up there on that panel, were extreme in their criticism of Watson when they didn't know shit about the case. First and foremost, labeling this man a racist, a rapist, labeling this man a pedophile, the whole nine. You was up there keying and laughing and juking and jiving with the rest of them.
Yeah,
you
giving
were.
them a pass, man.
So stop it. You were doing it too.
Hold on. So if you go back and check receipts, I've never talked about the Washington situation from a social aspect. I've never addressed it. I've only talked about him as a football player.
Okay,
so
all right.
I'm gonna let you
take your word for it.
Silence is complicity, though, bro. Silence is complicity. Them dudes over there was basically railroading the bro.
Nah, that's not the case.
Now, listen, CB.
Reason would never railroad. He would never railroad Watson because of his situation.
CB, people were calling him a rapist. People were calling him a rapist.
Let me make this point to you, and that's a good point that KP just made. When you're sitting there and you're silent and you don't say anything, again, obviously you're saying that. I mean, you heard. Hang on. They were sitting up here. A lot of these individuals. I'm not saying Reason. But I'm saying a lot of these individuals that was on those panels nightly were calling this man. I mean, bro, it was ridiculous. It actually made me physically sick to listen to these people. But here's the difference. When I was on them damn panels and the receipts are out there, I was checking all them fools every chance I got about that nonsense spewing about this man, and they don't know anything about the case, especially when the case was in its infancy stages.
And you were
so that's the difference, bro.
Check this out. You were right about that, but check this out. If you go back and listen to those panels, I was never on them. So I don't know what you're talking about directly. I've never even been on a panel where they've talked about Watson and the social aspects of the parameters of what the case was. So
you know what?
I've only talked about him.
You know what, CB? CB, you know what, bro? You know what?
Yes, he did.
They got
you know what, CB? I'm going to, out of respect out of you, because I know we've had our differences.
He did.
Have our differences.
He did.
Out of respect for you, I'm going to deal with you privately. I'm not going to bury you publicly just yet.
Exactly.
I'm going to deal with you privately.
He know he did.
I'm going to deal with you privately. I got the receipts, by the way, and I'm going to show you privately. So I'm going to reach out to you real soon.
Walk past me. I know everybody. I got the receipts. CB83, you on the list. You on the list. You on Sam Naughty list.
Okay. Hey, when Tua ball out, boy, you gonna be eating that crow.
When Tua balls, I don't even know what crow tastes like.
Oh, you gonna? Hey,
y'all been trying to feed me crow for years.
Okay, ball out.
Hey, you gonna go to Publix and get that Walking Wood jerk season for that crow you gonna throw on the grill. That's what you gonna do.
I hope so. It's almost like caviar. It's a delicacy now. I mean, eating crow. Talking about Tua eating crow, it's like so rare. It's like so rare.
I hope with the team Tua has, he's going to have to be elite to show me that he
does
has
he have to be
even because this team is elite. This offensive team is elite. This offensive team, he has to be in the top 10. Listen, he has to be top 10. He's going to have to be top 10.
I can't believe I was arguing with people. I can't believe I was arguing with people this morning who sat there and had the nerve to tell me that Tua should be no issue with him golfing, even if he don't know the playbook.
That was absolutely. Where did we? And listening to that show this morning. Hang on. That show this morning made me be ashamed as a Dolphins fan to listen to that.
I didn't even hear this morning. Show. What was the topic?
That was absolutely disgusting to sit there. I mean, bro, I was trying my best to get up there with Stephen D. Wouldn't drop the link, but I'll deal with him on that on another day. But
That was absolutely disgusting to sit there and listen to the excuses, bro. Absolutely disgusting.
Hey, but can I ask the panel a question? And hear this talking about how the offense is supposed to be run now with Mike McDaniels. But last I checked, TD and EM, y'all could correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't Mike McDaniels a rookie head coach?
Yes, he is a rookie head
coach. What makes you think that all of a sudden, based on just the talent, he's going to have that translates to the same success that Brian Flores has? See, this is the one thing that differs from some of you all to me. I'm a 22-year Air Force vet. I went through listening to people and the different means by which they gave commands and talk. And the thing that I will say about those of you who say that, guess what, Brian Flores made the environment toxic based on the way he talked and based on the way he tried to run things, the facts are we might have a bunch of soft, thin-skinned players that couldn't take criticism. And if that's the case, then is that Brian Flores' fault or is that the players' fault? Not to say that Brian Flores should not learn how to be more respectful, but the facts are that you're a head coach and your job is on the line between wins and losses. There's going to be some times where you don't have time to sit down and be nice and pleasant and explaining things. And that's the reason why you saw that disruption between him and Tua on the sidelines. If Tua is that thin-skinned, he has no business being a quarterback in the NFL.
Basically, what I'm hearing is since we have a coach who supports Tua, we should be good to win now.
No.
What I'm saying is,
I'm not saying from anybody here. I'm not talking about from anybody here. This is what I'm getting from the community. Since we got a coach that supports Tua, we will definitely win now.
So check this out.
We require all this talent. I got to see your on-field product. We can talk about it all we want. I just need to see the on-field product.
All right, check this out.
Y'all see it.
We had two offensive coordinators last year, right?
Okay.
Our two offensive coordinators' approach to the game was, hey, we're going to take what the defense gives us, right?
That's all Tua can get.
Right. So that was their approach to the offense. Hey, we're going to take what the defense gives us. That's not smart.
It was smart dealing with the limitations. But CB, real quick.
Can I finish? Can I finish real quick?
Go ahead, CB. Go ahead.
So as an offensive coordinator, your approach should never be you're going to take what you shouldn't look at a team on
everybody
defense
does.
And say, hey,
that's what everybody does.
No, as an offense, you set the tone for what you do. You practice what you do. You get good at what you do. You have a scheme. You have an identity, and you set the tone for how you approach the game.
Bro,
you're not going to go.
Tua is limited.
Tua is limited. So you give me this Tua is limited excuse.
This is ridiculous. Hold on.
Mike McDaniel is not going to say, hey, Tua is limited, so I'm not going to run or I'm not going to try to take shots down the field because Tua is limited. That's not his approach. His approach is, hey, I'm gonna play the chess game. I'm gonna run the ball, set them up. They're gonna think I'm running the ball, and I'm gonna take my shots when I need to win the game.
We'll see.
It's never gonna be.
Who does he have behind him? Teddy Bridgewater.
Exactly. So, but you're never gonna be scared to play the game. You're not gonna take what the defense gives you. No, as an offense,
that's all teams do is take what the defense gives you. You don't know what defensive play is going to be ran.
So
what are you talking about?
I mean, if Tua is missing wide open people down the field, then that is Tua's fault for not taking what the defense gave him.
Oh my gosh! Every quarterback takes what the defense gives them. That's what offense is. You run the play and you take what the defense gives you.
No, you.
If you see a mismatch, you go for it.
You run. Oh my gosh! You take what. That's why. This is why you have to identify pre-snap reads.
So
he's obviously a casual fan.
As an offensive coordinator, would be to take what the defense gives you.
Damn.
That's all you do.
Damn.
That's what you do. All the greats
change your
do it.
name to casual
That
fan.
would be your offensive
Damn.
scheme to take what the defense gives you.
Oh my
Damn,
God.
CB.
All
CB, you gonna let him punk you like
everybody
that?
does.
CB, you gonna let this man punk you like that?
Hey, that is a terrible. Hey, that is a terrible.
Bro, what are you talking about?
Bro, what the heck are you talking about?
CB83, this is your issue. This is your issue right here.
Daniels will dictate.
No. First of all,
he's never been a head coach.
First of all, let me tell you where you're just way off, bro. First of all, when our OCs last year called the play, it wasn't, oh, we're going to call this play to take what the defense giving. You don't even know what defense you about to look at. You call a play based off of what you like and what you like to do. But what I'm saying to you is within the play, you take what the defense give you regardless of what play is called.
But as an offensive scheme, you do not. Oh, I'm going
as an offensive scheme, you don't know what the defense is going to give you because you don't know what the defense is going to run.
You don't know if they're going to blitz you. You don't know if they're
You don't know what they're going to run.
Argument is if that's not the case, not taking what the defense gives you, there should never be an audible offense. That's the reason,
bro. You gonna let someone come at you like this, bro? You better respond. You better respond, CB.
No, EM, you need to stop. You need to comment on this common sense mess too.
EM, is that your approach? Do you rock with that? Our offensive coordinators last year? Oh my God.
CB, hey, bro, you better come out guns a blazing, bro, because you gonna let them punk you like this? Come on.
Stop instigating EM. Why don't you give your take on what he said?
You ain't say, hey.
Nah, EM, don't run from it. You give your take on what he said.
CB, you ain't safe. Hey, CB, you ain't safe like you over there inside the NFL, bro. You ain't got that umbrella over there to be safe. You better come, hey, bro. You better stick your chest out and respond. You better make it happen.
What's crazy is
why don't you comment on what he's saying, EM?
EM not talking. He's just trolling right now, man.
But CB83, CB, the only thing I would say is this. That's the reason why you have audibles for your offense. Based on the fact of what the alignment is and what the defense is based on what
Tua doesn't know the playbook to audible.
But that can also explain why we never saw Tua call an audible. That also explains progression too. He never called an audible. He did not call out his protections either.
Listen, man, listen, that whole comment, I'm
a Watson fan because I know
I can't
good
believe you're sitting here saying they created an offense.
Who else you a fan of, man? Who else you a fan of?
Oh my gosh.
I'll say this in regards.
I'm just a Dolphins fan.
I'll say this in regards to CB to his point about you don't take what the defense give you. CB, listen, bro. I can't believe I'm about to agree with TD, but this is the first time on TD Foolish Talk that I'm going to agree with TD somewhat.
So you're taking what the defense gives you
listen.
You did respect him because you did agree with him when he did his all-22 when they still showed the Buffalo game. So.
Stop it, Donald. Nobody asked for your color commentary. Listen, nobody asked for that.
EM agrees with me more than he wants to admit.
Stop. Listen.
TD sound like color commentary, man.
Okay.
Listen. What TD is saying is correct. The offense does not know what the defense is what play they're going to run. However, they will show you personnel-wise as well as formationally and you can anticipate what the defense is going, the defense is going to call. So to your point about, offenses take what the defense gives you. Yeah, TD is 100% correct on that, bro. If the defense calls, what do you do when you go out pre-snap?
Cover two.
Hang on. When you go out, hang on.
All right. I'll answer your question. Yep.
Okay. Hey, no, I'm not even finished yet. So how do you counter when you, as an offense, and you come to when you break out of the huddle, you get to the line of scrimmage, you have your play call, right? And the defense has a perfect counter for that. The coverage and everything is spot on. It's like
you take it to him. You take it to him anyway. That's what CB83 said. You take it to him anyway.
How
Hey, how often does that happen?
All the time.
It happens all
When you have
a
competent quarterback.
Listen, just listen for a minute, CB. That happens more often than what you would believe, bro, because that's why they have built-in safety valves built into the scheme, bro. If you have an offense, if you have trips to the right and you funneling and you rolling coverage and you're taking away, and flooding that side of the field to where the quarterback has no windows to fit the foot to make a play. Well, that's why you have a check down. That's why you have a tight end, bro. That's called taking when defenses take that away, you use your safety valves. You know what that's called? That's called taking what the defense gives you, bro.
Right.
That's what that's called.
To my point, as an offensive scheme, this is what I'm talking about. I wasn't talking about as a play call, right? So as an offensive scheme, you can have a scheme that's going to attack defenses, or you can have a scheme that's going to be passive aggressive, kind of like what we did last year. Like,
give me specifics. Give me examples of that.
No. EM. What he's not realizing, what he's not realizing, he's saying the same thing. He's saying the same thing. The scheme is going to take what they give you. The scheme that Mike McDaniels is going to implement is going to take what they like to do on defense. That's not the offense. That's taking what the defense gives them.
CB, give me specific of examples that's going to substantiate your point.
So this is what I'm talking about. As an offense, when Mike McDaniels say, hey, we're going to be physical up front, we're going to be super physical, we're going to run it at teams, and then we're gonna scheme them and get guys in the gaps, make plays, get the ball into the hands of playmakers. We never heard our offensive coordinator say anything like this. First of all, we never ran the ball. We were never physical up front, right? So
they attempted to. They just were inept at it. They tried.
And that's the same thing with Mike McDaniel. If he try and it don't work, he gonna switch it up.
Yes, which brings us to the point. If you call a run play, even Mike McDaniel, if he calls a run play and he sees there's 8 in the box, are you still going to try to run the ball?
If you have 8 in the box,
yes, because Tua doesn't know how to audible.
You can still run 8 in the box. It's a numbers game.
No. You're going to check to a more favorable. You are going to check. CB, let me listen. No, you are going to check to a more favorable play that gives you more of a favorable advantage, bro. That's football.
If you got a double tight end,
that's football.
Work if your tight end can't block.
In the box, and that's the thing y'all don't understand. In the box, it is a numbers game. Tight ends can't block.
Your tight end can't block.
Our tight end can't block. So you're saying Gesicki can't block.
Exactly. We have had that problem for the past 3 years. Our tight ends have been inept in their blocking, including Mike Gesicki. That's the reason why he is the most targeted tight end in the slot.
Y'all see what I got? Y'all see what I be arguing with? All the viewers, y'all see the type of stuff I be arguing with?
So what I'm saying is,
this is what I be arguing with.
Gesicki will have to block, guys. That's what you got to understand.
What you do is you call a pass play if you got 8 in the box.
You're
audible to a pass play. You don't run the ball with 8 in the box.
Hey, I'm never going to say with 8 in the box you don't run the ball. You can be on the goal line and have 8 in the box. You just run it. You get in a run package and run the damn ball. What are you talking about?
Oh,
it don't. Jesus. 8 in the box don't mean nothing.
No, bro, no.
Package.
That is a disaster.
Just change your name to casual fan because you don't know football. You don't know
all just experience out of Miami Dolphins.
CB, man. Hey, bro, don't listen. They punking get coming for you,
CB. The ball with 8 in the box.
8 in the box.
You can do whatever you want with 8 in the box, but it's not going to get you any yards.
I'm gonna call Reason right now.
No.
I'm gonna call Reason right now.
No, it'll get yards, but it'll get yards, but it's going to be negative. That's what you want? Negative yards? No, bro. You throw that
2 yards, 3 yards. Come on, bro. So if you see 8 in the box, that means you got linebackers.
This is a prime example of when Tua said, I would come to the line of scrimmage and I would see that a play wouldn't work, but I would run it anyway. This is a prime example. And ask him what the result was.
In the box, you could run the ball, guys. You can run outside
with a subpar offensive line,
jet sweep.
Bro. The offensive
line
is not one of the top offensive lines.
No.
If you got 8 in the box, you need to have one of the best offensive lines. Listen. If you got 8 in the box, you need to have
the best offensive line. Everybody has to make the perfect block. Everybody has to get their perfect person.
You can run outside zone. You can run plenty of stuff. You can run toss. You can run plenty of stuff.
Come on, bro. If you got 8 in the box, that means you have 4 linebackers and 4 defensive linemen.
That's how I know y'all don't know football. Y'all say, "Oh, you don't run the ball with 8 in the box."
So listen.
You gotta see how many blockers you got first.
Listen. How many blockers are we gonna have?
Fullback and 2 tight ends.
All right, there, CB83. Since I'm ignorant.
Listen.
Let me say football man knows.
On the team, who the blockers are in order to get a run team with 8 blockers.
Let me say one thing.
Name the 8 blockers. I want to hear.
Hey, here we go. Listen, Donald. You got
let me say one thing.
No, stop, GG. Stop talking, bro.
Listen.
Right,
listen.
Donald,
I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you.
Linemen. You got 5 offensive linemen. You got 2 tight ends. That's 7 right there. And you got a fullback. That's 8. Why can't you run the ball?
Okay, you got 1 wide receiver.
And you got a running back. Why can't you run the ball?
When do they come out in 2 tight
end
sets with a fullback?
That's what I'm saying. Y'all
hold on. See, hold on. Hey, stop. Y'all stop. Listen. I'll indulge you. CB83, I'll indulge you, bro. If you got 5, come on. If you got 5 offensive linemen, okay. And you got 2 tight ends and you got a fullback. Run the ball, right?
You can run the ball. Yeah, you can run that 8 in the box, guys. It's just a numbers game. Math.
When do they set up in
CB83?
When do they set up in their package?
Hold on, GG. Hold on. CB83.
That's what you understand.
CB83.
All you do is watch Watson, bro.
CB83.
That's why you're
on. Listen.
Hey, no. We gonna stop this. Y'all this is ridiculous. We're not gonna go back and forth about running with 8 in the box. Yes, you can run with 8 in the box if you in a goal line format on offense. Okay? That ain't what we typically talking about. We're talking about a traditional set where you probably got 5 offensive linemen, you probably got 1 tight end, 1 running back, and 3 wide, and you got 8 in the box.
Traditional set.
Hold on. I'm not done. Now, if you want to sit there and say, "Oh, well, with 8 in the box, you can run it like this. You can run 2 tight ends and a fullback and a running back." Then, if that's the case, then what teams are going to do? They're going to go 9 or 10 in the box.
Yes.
This is what you're missing. The defense will adjust. If you're in a heavy run package, if you are in a heavy run package, then teams will run 8, 9, maybe even 10 in the box if you have no receivers.
Because that calls the safety down and takes one of the
casual
because you have receivers.
So all I'm saying to you is, CB, you just said
personnel. Listen, can I finish? So can I respond? You have the personnel out of that formation. Out of 22 formation. Out of that, you can run Gesicki on seams and do stuff like that. Y'all just saying,
thank you.
You have 8 in the box.
Just prove. See, this is where you need to start listening. No. You just put your foot in your own mouth. This is where you need to start listening. So in that situation, when they bring everybody up, now you can run Gesicki in the seams, taking what the defense gives you. That's all this argument was about. It's so you want to blame the old coaches for running an offense that takes what the defense gives them. When you come out there on the field and you know you about to run to the left, but they are loading the left, but now you can take advantage of Gesicki in the seam, you're taking what the defense gives you. It's the same thing.
You're playing your offense. That's not taking what the defense.
No, that's what. That's what you fail to. That's what you fail to realize. CB83. These coaches last year, they played their offense. That's why they were wide open people all the time. They played their offense. All the time there was wide open people. All the time.
I can't agree with that. I can't.
Bro, you don't have an 80%. First of all, you don't have an 80% completion percentage. You don't have an 80% completion percentage and people ain't open all the time. These guys went out here catching contested passes all day. It was a wide open tight end in the flat, a wide open running back in the flat, a wide open pretty much slant that they beat from off coverage. That's what Tua was eating on, wide open stuff all day. It was rare where it was a contested pass. So stop them lies.
Who was wide open, though?
Bro, I could pull up any film, and if we look at the film, almost every catch made was separation more than 3 feet. Because our scheme was wide open. The tight end slipping out, the freaking wheel route, the slant underneath. What are you talking about?
GG said you can't run the ball at an 8-man front. That's what he just told me.
I think you knew exactly what he was saying in regards to that.
Just stop talking, bro, because you don't even know what you're talking about.
Listen, let me tell you
clarify.
What I'm talking
hey,
about.
please clarify.
Hey, man, T-Rich, get in here, man. He needs some help.
Listen,
will you just let will you just leave let GG talk?
Can I talk? So let's say we come out with 3 wide receivers. We got a tight end.
You're not even a Dolphin fan, man. Stop.
The Dolphins. All right. Cut the.
Say the Dolphins, bro.
And we come out with 3. We come out with 3 wide receivers, right? We come out with 3 wide receivers, a tight end, and a running back, and they got an 8-man box. You saying you want to take the wide receivers off the board?
We never said that. Who said that?
Because that's our base formation.
You just made that
that's what
up.
we run out of.
Bro,
you're not a Dolphin fan. Stop
Can I talk?
dude.
Can I talk? I'm a football fan. I know football. I know more football than you.
Stop saying we, man.
Can I talk?
You stop
when you come out with 3 wide receivers, you come out with 3 wide receivers and the running back.
You saying 3 wide receivers? We never said that.
Listen.
Oh my God! Let the man talk, bro.
Can I talk?
He's not making sense. He's not even saying nothing.
How am I not making sense? Because the
bro, just say what you gotta say, bro. Say what you gotta say. Say what you gotta say.
So when you come out with 3 wide receivers, you got a tight end, you got a running back, and they have an 8-man front. You can't tell me you're going to run the ball. It's not possible. The defense is going to come out with whatever you came out with. The defense is going to adjust. So if they come out with an 8-man front, that means you have to call an audible to adjust to what you see pre-snap. So when you see that pre-snap and you run the ball,
GG, hang on real quick, GG. Don't say it's not possible to do that because we've seen the Tennessee Titans.
I didn't say it wasn't possible.
That's what you just said.
You can't run the ball if you don't. All right, you can't run the ball if you don't have enough blockers. If you come out with 3 wide receivers, you can't run the ball with an 8-man box.
We're talking typical EM. The typical 8-man front versus the typical offense,
how
bro.
Many times?
We ain't talking about 23 personnel. We ain't talking about 22 personnel.
Bro, we ran double tight end set a lot. We ran it a lot, man. You got to watch more Dolphins football, bro.
With a fullback.
You got to watch more Dolphins football.
Bro,
man.
I watched every
Dolphins
game.
Man.
I
watched
every
just
Dolphins
said
game.
Who you watch.
Listen, we had a strong.
I'm still trying to figure out what the point is. What's the point here? I'm trying to figure out what the point is.
I'm trying to talk.
That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Because every time I talk, he's
the point is, CB83 is sitting here making it seem like the previous coaches only made plays that took what the defense gave them, which is a problem.
Right,
which is a problem.
Right, I get that, but what did this run game narrative come in?
It was an example. It was an example to prove.
You can run the ball.
I brought that example to the table based on what CB83 said, talking about not taking what the defense gives you. And
just running it, sending it down, they throw it anyway.
Right. That goes back to my point, though. What CB said, and again, I am not a CB apologist. We all know that, but I'm just being fair up here. Listen, what he's saying is, now again, I've been in and out, so I might have missed something somewhere along the conversation. But from what I gather, the point he's trying to make, what he said about it is possible for you to run against 8-man fronts. That is true. That it is possible. We see Tennessee do it every week. that is possible.
This is the factor that wasn't said. This is the factor that wasn't said.
Okay.
But then CB83 went forward to tell you what the offense looked like: 2 tight ends, a fullback, and a back. You see what I mean? So when we say 8 in the box, in that type of formation with 1 receiver, they might go 9 in the box. That might change. You see what I'm saying? Gigi was just saying the typical 8 in the box because typically you only have about 6 blockers, 5 or 6 blockers in a typical play.
Exactly.
And 8 in the box in that situation isn't favorable.
But listen, TD. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. So
you've said enough.
Listen, let me say one thing because I'm not trying to talk. I can't talk. Can you be quiet? So I can debunk your theory. Thank you. So when we go 3, oh my God. So we go three wide, right? They got 2 high safeties. We go 3 wide. We got a tight end. We got running back. If one of the safeties come up and we running the run play, the safety comes up. Are we gonna still run that run play when they got 8 in the box now? From a 2 high safety to a single high safety? Are we still going to run the ball with 3 wide, or are we going
better example? Better example.
Exactly.
So CB's 83 initial point was take it to him, run it anyway.
What
you do is you call an audible for
it is because
that's the scheme. Dude.
Bro, all I'm saying is in this crap, man, all I'm saying is every scheme created is to take what the defense gives you. That's what the scheme is for. The scheme is designed to have something that they have to give you. And that's what they do. You take what they give you. Okay. On offense, when you line up against a defense, you don't know what they're going to run, but you got to take what they give you. That's every offense.
I agree with that 100%. That's 100% factual.
With that being said, our offense will be imposing, and we will impose our will on defenses. It won't be we're going to sit back and watch what the defense gives us. We're going to be imposing, and it's going to be a physical football team. Whether you like it or not, I think
if everybody can execute, they got to execute, bro.
You know what, CB?
No defense is going to let you do
you know what, CB? I'm going to throw this one at you. The Kansas City Chiefs are a prime example to substantiate what the point TD was made. I can't even believe I even said that, bro. But last year, at the beginning of this, especially early on, teams were scheming. They took a blueprint out of the Super Bowl. They copy and pasted the format that Tampa Bay, the looks that they were showing Patrick Mahomes. They were playing more too high, taking away the threat of the vertical element, right? They were taking the vertical element out. And Mahomes had to be, and again, TD remembers the conversation we had early on last year. I said, now will Mahomes be, this is where we'll see growth from him this year, where if the big play is not there, can Mahomes be more methodical and more reliant on the structure of the play call as opposed to improvisation, right? So
he's got to be disciplined.
So hang on, CB. So Mahomes had to take what the defense gave him, because he wasn't going to go out there and just force the ball into double coverage consistently down the field.
What he's used to doing,
got picked.
Taking it to him.
He did and got it.
And he did, and he paid for it early in the season.
So in offense and defense, there's a play call and there's always a counter, bro. So when there's a counter and the defense hits and they're taking away a lot the focal point of your offense, well, guess what? You got to go to plan B. You got to go to plan C. That's why they're called that's why quarterbacks going through progressions is essential at this level. That's why.
And EM, all right.
So I don't know how to explain that even more. I don't know how to explain that more detailed than that, bro. I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't get it.
And I agree with you. Regarding the Mahomes concept, right? But think about if they were a more balanced football team and they could run the ball and be imposing running the ball, right? Teams would have to play up, correct? Teams will have to play up to stop the run, correct?
Did they have to?
I'm sorry, CB. What's that? What were you talking to me?
If they had a better run game.
If they had a better run game.
Well. Again, if I think they have the run game, the offensive line in place. It's just they don't have a high level of commitment to it. Andy Reid does not like to run the football. This is coming out of his mouth. He would throw the ball 100% of the time if he could.
Exactly. So when you think about that.
Go ahead.
So to your point, CB 83, since they ran a lot of too high, if they had a run game, they should be running the ball, right?
But they did.
Right. You're taking what the
defense is giving you.
Within the scheme. Right. So
it ain't, bro. That's every offense though. Within our scheme last year, we took what the defense gave us.
No, when you have
within our scheme last year, we took what the defense gave us. We couldn't run the ball anyway, so you had the scheme.
All right. So do you think we'll have the same scheme this year that we'll take what the offense gives us? We'll have the same type of offense.
Every team has that. Every team takes what the offense gives them.
Hey, our offense will be a lot different. We won't be sitting back.
It could be different, but it's still going to be taking what the defense gives.
You
Every team in the NFL.
If you got a mismatch, you take advantage of it.
Hey, we're going to take the defense for what they have. We're going to smack them in the mouth. That's what we're going to do. That's going to be the difference.
Yes, you're going to smack them in the mouth. You're going to smack them in the mouth by taking everything they give you and making them pay.
Yep, but you know what though, TD? That's exactly what Miami tried to do against Buffalo every game. They said, you know what? This is how we're going to run it, and this is what we're going to do. What was the outcome? Because they never changed.
You're right. Every time we tried to take it to somebody and totally disregard what they're doing and just smack them in the mouth, we failed. Bro, at the end of the day, man, you're just off. Every team, their scheme is designed to take what the defense gives them. Period. Every team. No matter how aggressive you are, no matter if you run, no matter if you pass, however you look at it, every offensive scheme is designed to try to take what the defense gives them. Period.
Hey, I finally got some good reception. I just want to thank TD for this panel today. Hopefully you do that more on a regular. And I want to congratulate CB83. He's like Conor McGregor, man. He brings in the ratings. He takes them L's. And for some reason, he still thinks he's great, bro. I love the panel. I'm going to drop out.
Damn, CB, damn.
Hey,
man,
wow. He obviously doesn't know football. He doesn't know football. That's all that is.
GG, you said we can't run the ball with 8 in the box. Please stop, bro.
Okay,
you
so
still on that? Let it
go. Listen. When you got 8 in the box, right? Listen, when you got 8 in the box, right? So you saying we're gonna have 2 tight ends
with 8 in the box, bro?
So let's say, all right,
you obviously have not played. Hey, you obviously have not played enough football or enough Madden or something for you to say a comment like that, bro.
So listen.
Stop.
So
man.
when you play Madden, do you
next topic,
man.
This is bad.
Because you're wrong. So can I prove
so
you
you
wrong?
Can't run the ball with 8 in the box.
Listen.
So you can't run the ball.
They're gonna have. So listen. You can, but are you gonna come out with a double tight end set every time and a fullback? Come on,
you don't have to do it every time, but you can run the ball at it.
So when you don't have a double tight end set and you don't got fullback, how are you going to run the ball?
I love my
It's a numbers game. Hey, it's a numbers game, man.
It's a numbers game.
So when you got 7 in the box, you got to have 7 blockers, man. When you got 8 in the box, you got to have 8 blockers.
So when are you going to have 7 blockers?
When you got 10 in the box, you got to have 10 blockers. It's simple math, dude. If you know football,
okay, but who's coming out
when it comes to the
all right,
box.
but the offense is listen. The offense is coming out. Listen.
Y'all
the
gotta
offense
go
is coming out with this play.
Listen. The conversation is over with.
He doesn't know football. He doesn't know football.
Okay, that's fine. Let's move. Listen, this is counterproductive. Let's move to something different. I had a question. I had a question for the panel.
Your team sucks, probably.
I got a question for TD.
I had a question for the panel. Listen, we all know we're in draft week. We're all in draft mode right now. I'm pretty sure as a Dolphin fan, we're aware that our picks in this year's draft are minimal. We only have total, I think, 4. So with that being said, if the Dolphins are going to keep their, are they going to make those 4 selections this year? What specific positions you think with that 3rd and 4th round pick, the Dolphins should be zeroing in and targeting on?
You mean all 4 picks? All 4 picks.
In particular, the 3rd and 4th. Really,
I say go get 2 quarterbacks.
I say linebacker. I'm not even
TD trolling. TD trolling.
Of course he's trolling. That's what he do. That's why we love him.
Linebacker and offensive tackle. But at the same time, what you try to do is, if there's any way to where you can use those picks to go get somebody that's already reputable and proven, do it. If we can use that 3rd pick to go get a good right tackle, since that's Tua's blind side, that's a veteran from another team, and another pick from 2023, I say by all means go ahead and make it. Go ahead.
Yeah, we ain't drafting nobody that's going to start day one. That's not likely.
We're not.
No, we're not.
And I think that they should go back on defense.
You never know. You never know. They might hit gold. They might.
Yeah, you gotta hit gold though. You know what? You know it gotta be gold, Ian. But I think that they go defense. I think they need to start looking for Byron Jones replacement. They need to look for the interior D lineman replacement, a true zero tech. I would say they even need to. Of course, we know they need to invest in linebacker. I would just like a higher valued player. But Byron Jones and the interior D line are two areas they're gonna have to look for the future.
Yo, but
it's got to be linebacker and corner
next year.
Linebacker.
What's that, CB? What's that, CB?
They need to go linebacker and corner. And I mean, we need corner depth. I think Byron's on his way out. I think we definitely need somebody in the middle who's more sturdy. We need a thumper in the middle.
I agree 100%.
What thumper you finding in what thumper, right? Because it's one thing to be a thumper, but sometimes you could be a thumper, but you late to the assignment, or a thumper who can't read and understand what's happening in front of him. And we're talking about the 3rd or 4th round.
Well, I think 3rd round, TD. I think they're legit. There's about 3 legitimate options that would be available.
Hey, somebody might fall to us. We might find a hidden gem. You never know.
Yeah. It happens every year in the draft.
Yeah. You gotta say.
But I will tell you,
no. I'm not a pessimist. I just rather get certain positions a guaranteed player or higher value.
But CD, hang on. Look. You can find the draft is proven that you can, especially relative to the linebacker position. You can find big time players, i.e., Darius Leonard in Indianapolis. Let me see who else. Fred Warner was a 3rd round pick, who's arguably the premier middle linebacker in the NFL right now in San Francisco. So you can find quality, high quality players, later in the draft relative to that position, especially linebacker.
So you can find a guy who will start over what we got now.
Yeah,
I think so.
That's the question that I'm asking here.
Well, I mean,
you ain't got much there.
I think. Listen. I think Troy Anderson would come in. Now he's a little raw. He's new to the position. He hadn't played the position that long, and I understand that. But I think with his athleticism, I think on tape what he's shown at Montana State, bro, in terms of his ability to be more of a, to diagnose what the defense. And I get collegiate level compared relative to the NFL. I understand, but what he has shown on tape more in that specific aspect of his game, Jerome Baker. All his years in the NFL, including at Ohio State, hadn't shown you that. And he's twice the athlete that Jerome Baker is.
But hold on. You see, we're talking about a guy who just got his money, Ian. So
what was the excuse before he got his money? He was terrible.
No. We on the same page. Me and you have always been on the same page with Baker.
Okay.
What I'm saying to you is we're talking about a guy who got his money. So he's looking to be here for the next 2 to 3 years for sure.
Well, but again, no, I'm not saying. Listen, I'm just telling you. You asked me who would start over him. Listen, if you gonna pay
Jerome Baker money and have somebody to start over him.
First off, Jerome Baker. Well, Atlanta Roberts should be. You should have brought up Atlanta Roberts. You should have brought up Atlanta Roberts because Jerome Baker. I get, his contract does warrant him being a starter, but. I just think if they acquire a player in the draft and they're showing tangible improvement over Jerome Baker, I think he would go to the bench, bro. I do believe that. This is a new regime, bro. Mike McDaniels didn't give him that contract. Flores did.
Ain't sitting $15 million on the bench.
But TD, I will say this along with EM. There are 3 positions that are very deep in this upcoming draft where you could have somebody to fall down to the 3rd round. 1, offensive lineman. It's a very deep offensive line draft.
Which we need to get that.
2 is defensive line. Defensive line is deep. Wide receiver is deep. And then you have linebacker. You do have, but I'm sorry. That's 4. I just went here and added wide receiver because I couldn't omit them. But those are 4 positions that are deep enough in which you can get good quality in the 3rd and 4th round. And this is the reason why I'm advocating if you get an opportunity to get Broshmo, put him on because this guy knows collegiate players coming out and he can go over with you, especially based on who we potentially will target. He will give you who his top ones are and potentially where they will fall in the round and who could be available.
Well, y'all know how I feel about the draft.
But again, TD, my point is, listen, you can find quality players later in the draft, especially at that position. The expectation is maybe a third, or fourth, or fifth rounder. Generally, more often than not, they're not going to come in and be plug and play guys. But the top guys in the league right now, bro, were later round picks at that position.
Oh no, I'm with it, but you know how I feel about the draft. First of all, it ain't an early guy, so the probability,
undrafted guy,
probability drops, and then on top of it, he still got to work out. We could talk about what they did in college, and they got good upside. Still got to become the guy. Still got to work out.
I would love to. I'm gonna be honest with you.
I would late round guy compared to a first round guy gonna work that much hard because he's gonna have a chip on the shoulder.
Yeah, but you still got to do it.
I would love for the Dolphins to take a page, Mike McDaniels to take a page out of what they did in San Francisco with Fred Warner. Fred Warner was a safety in college, right? He was an undersized linebacker, but he was ultra athletic, right? He was instinctive, very instinctive as a safety. And they cross-trained him early on in his career, and he just developed. He got bigger, he got stronger, and he did not lose his sideline speed. And look at the results they got from him. If they took that same approach with Brandon Jones, because I think Brandon Jones is excellent closer to the line of scrimmage.
Utilize him more.
Most definitely.
What's that?
They need to utilize him more, so they need to figure out a bigger role for him in that.
I agree. So I think I would love to see them cross-train him and play him more around the line of scrimmage because that's where I think he's his most disruptive. I'm not saying it would work out, but man, that's the example. I mean, if you look at Fred Warner, he again similar background, was a safety, but he had linebacker instincts, and I think Brandon Jones has that ability.
You're talking about middle linebacker.
Absolutely, they did it with bro. He gained 25 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Right?
All right. And see, that's the factor I was getting at.
Yeah, I'm not saying. I'm not saying just put him down there now. I'm saying gradually work him in like they did with Fred Warner. Put some pounds on him, let him get stronger at the point of engagement. But instinctively, I'm telling you, he has middle linebacker eyes, in my opinion. And I'm not saying you can get the same results that San Francisco is getting from Fred Warner, but I think, man, Brandon, he's got, again, I've been saying this since we got him. He's like Rashad Jones. Rashad Jones was, in essence, a middle linebacker playing safety.
I give you that one, but you talk about science projects, bro.
Brian Jones, but Brandon Jones been doing that since he was at Texas. They had him in that defense. And
the box.
To be honest, they've done that with multiple players, but he was doing that when he was at Texas. They were sliding him around everywhere, man. So they put him in the box, put him at linebacker. You know what I mean?
Derwin James type.
They did that this year with Demarion Overshown. He's the same type of dude.
Your comments from the Geyser. Those are two linebackers that the Dolphins that probably would be available in the third and fourth round. Troy Anderson and Chad Moon. Both of those are big guys that can thump and play. The
Leo Chenal
they play at small.
Okay. Oh yeah, I got a question for TD.
Leo Chenal from Wisconsin. That's Reed's boy. He's another one too.
Oh yeah, TD.
Now Tua's bulked up. Can he play linebacker in the middle?
No, stop. TD.
His body looked like he getting towards the linebackers.
Brian Urlacher was a safety in college.
Yeah, why are you glancing over on my project? You want to talk about Brandon Jones?
You're trying to make fun of the idea of possibly, this could be a good option, bro.
God,
don't. Because your teams do it all the time, bro.
No. Real talk, though. I'm not making fun of it. I just feel like, hey, I don't think they're gonna get that creative.
You was jabbing, bro. My bad. I thought you was jabbing. Okay.
No, I was jabbing. I was jabbing a different direction though, because I figured Tua could play the position. He bulking up. You see the footwork. He might be able to shoot the gap.
Oh yeah, that brings back. I wanted to get at CV for a minute.
I'm not doing that.
When you came up here initially, CB. It was like you had a question that I have no doubt in Tua. Is my interpretation of what initially of what you were trying to jab at me for? Is that correct?
My interpretation of it is that we're off of Tua. That was my interpretation of it.
Listen, this is why I got so frustrated, CB. Anybody that's been listening to me, first off, I'm critical of the tape.
First of all, you haven't.
Right?
First of all, you haven't been around for a while, so can you?
No.
He's been around.
No. I'm talking about going back to last year, bro. I have consistently been saying that.
Oh, last year is a different story.
Hang on.
Recently,
I'm talking about this past. No, I'm talking about this past year. No, when did you ever hear me say I'm ready to move off of Tua for another rookie that's coming out this year?
No, I heard you say that you were ready to move off of him because of.
I said my
mediocre options.
No, you ain't never heard me say no mediocre options. What did I say? I said I'm ready to move off of him for A, Deshaun Watson, B, Tom Brady.
Josh
I would have moved off him for Kirk Cousins. Okay, these are all. Hang on, these are all Pro Bowl to first team level options, which are clearly upgrades over what Tua has shown in 2 years. What is the problem with that?
There's no problem with that. I just thought you were ready to move off of him anyway. It seemed like you were ready to move off of him.
No, there is a problem with it. At the end of the day, you're either all in for Tua or you're not in on him at all.
No. I just get so frustrated with the people that only make it's two things. I get frustrated with the Tua-neers that blame everybody, their mama, for what the lack of production that we've gotten out of Tua for 2 years, and I get equally as frustrated with the ones that are overly critical of Tua. I have always been down the middle and been objective in Tua's evaluation as a Miami Dolphin.
Pick a side.
TD's shaking his head. You can troll all you want to, TD. We just had this conversation last night. You can troll all you want to.
Man, whoever our quarterback, I'm gonna ride or die with him. Whoever the quarterback is.
Pick a side of him.
Hey, the only thing I'm gonna say is I let you all go.
I am. I'm on the side, TD. I'm on the side of whatever is better for the Miami Dolphins. And if that's a better solution at quarterback, so be it. If it's a better solution at middle linebacker, so be it. If it's a better option at cornerback than Xavier Howard, so be it.
So is Teddy Bridgewater a better option at quarterback?
Yes. A better option. Good question,
yes,
TD.
He is.
Sideways.
Sideways
move. Sideways. That's a lateral.
Yeah, but
very good question.
He is. Right now, he's better than Tua.
They need to stay healthy though.
Tua has more upside.
Hold on. Did EM answer the question?
Yeah. I gotta go, y'all. Y'all have a good one, man. I gotta go.
Wow. Well, just tell them what we talking about.
I gotta go, fellas. I'm gonna holler at y'all, man. I gotta get back to work, fellas.
Why are you leaving?
Wow. EM knows Tua's gonna come after him.
Just be honest,
coming
man.
after EM now.
How you feel?
This is bad, man.
Tell the people
Listen. I refuse to be strong on by anybody, goddammit. I want to answer your question.
No, he believes in Tua. He was telling me the other day he thought Tua was a hero. He's the GOAT, and he's going to be a future Hall of Famer, bro. So.
That's just be trolling everybody, bro.
That's the Bengals.
No, I'll be honest, though, EM. You called me talk about did you see Tua footwork? Did you see Tua footwork? You should give me $200 million.
Can I please answer the goddamn question, please?
Go ahead, as long as you honest.
Please.
Tell them about the gun line, boss.
Listen, this is what I've told people that know me privately. We've had this conversation multiple times. Listen, I think, for people that think that Tua is a decided and a clear upgrade over Teddy Bridgewater, I am here to tell you are absolutely incorrect. Based off what we've seen since Tua has been a Dolphin, the 2-year sample size that we've been given, he's not an upgrade athletically. They are very similar players physically, arm strength, mobility, et cetera, right? So where I think Teddy, as a veteran, and even going back to him at Louisville, his pre-draft evaluation, they highlighted, everybody knew physically what the player Teddy, what you were getting in the NFL. But one thing they highlighted most about him was his aptitude. And again, no shade at Tua. But what I'm saying, and I think Teddy can have a decided early initial advantage over Tua mentally because he's well versed in this type of scheme. Now, he hasn't been in Kyle Shanahan's scheme per se, but he's been in multiple variations of it in New Orleans as well as Minnesota. So clearly, his veteran status, him being in the league, he has an advantage over Tua. If Tua does not come out and show that he is sharp, especially mentally, because I don't think it's physically impossible for him to show because he just don't have the physical traits. They're mirror images of each other physically. So where Tua is going to have to distinguish himself, or Teddy, especially initially, it's going to have to be mentally. And I think Teddy initially, right now, Tua might take a quantum leap come in 3 months. He might be a different version of what we've seen in two years.
He might do the same.
I disagree.
But
I
yeah,
disagree. He's not as strong as Teddy.
Teddy might. But based off what we've seen
you're
from
a
Tua,
hater, bro.
hang on,
bro. Look at his tape from last year, bro, and tell me that Tua is as strong as this dude.
Let me finish my point.
Let him finish.
So, but based off the sample size that we've been given from Teddy, from Tua in 2 years, and Teddy since he's been in the league, bro. For those people that think Tua has a higher quote unquote ceiling, you are incorrect. You're incorrect. So to answer to these questions specifically, I think Teddy initially has a advantage over Tua. I do.
Because he has a higher ceiling, you said?
A higher ceiling as well as a new offense. But I will say,
hang on. EM said Teddy has a higher ceiling. Is that right?
No, I think there's again, it goes back to physical ability, bro. Tua post injury has not shown that he has a decided advantage over Teddy physically. So with that being said, bro,
check it out though. I want y'all to think about this. Think about this though. Who has potentially, and we don't, this is speculation to everyone. Who potentially has a bigger jump this season? Do you think Teddy potentially has a bigger jump? Or do you think Tua potentially has a bigger jump this year?
That's a great question because you can look at it either way, bro. Because Tua, you expect him to because of how low he is. But Teddy reminds me of
Teddy's already there.
No, Teddy's not there. When has Teddy ever had this level of weapons?
Never.
Teddy's that good team.
Sorry, New Orleans.
We're discounting that. This reminds me of Ryan Fitzpatrick. Bro. Do y'all know that Ryan Fitzpatrick with Miami plays some of his best football in his actual career?
Yes.
And then you add all these weapons and stuff and a defense that's going to give you more possessions. Teddy could have a year that explodes.
I said that from day one when they signed Teddy. You know that, TD, Esteban, you as well. People the conversation we had privately. As soon as they signed him, I said, bro, Teddy is going to immediately push Tua.
Yes.
Right.
Because he ain't got to sit there and have the same, he don't have to go through the same dramas of trying to read the defenses and all that because he's already have a knack for that. He already has the pre-snap, post-snap. He does process well. He doesn't have a strong arm just like Tua. They're like you say, EM, they're kind of two in the same. But where he is going to excel is pre-snap, post-snap, audibling, and all of those things that Tua has yet to show. But then you give him the max protection, you give him these weapons, Teddy might just, you never know.
Like I said, Tua is going to benefit greatly from this collection of talent. Teddy Bridgewater will as well. And that's why I'm saying Tua is going to have to be the best version of himself, better than anything we've ever seen.
EM, take it a step further, man. You got to think about it. Not only because of the weapons around Tua, think about the coaching too. The offensive coordinator situation, the head coach.
And I'll piggyback off that as well.
Teddy 2 years ago.
Exactly. I was getting ready to say. He was on that staff when they ultimately made the trade for Jimmy Garoppolo. The first player that they were trying to trade for Kyle Shanahan was guess who? Teddy Bridgewater. So listen, more than likely
in 1 year older too.
I think initially
like old guy.
I think initially Tua should get the nod because at the end of the day, again, they're going to give Tua the nod because of his draft status, and I understand that logic. However, if it comes a time in the first, second, third week of training camp, and Teddy is clearly outperforming Tua the way Fitz was. Remember all those reports coming out in 22 when everybody was like, "No, he's better than Fitz. He's going to be." While we're playing Fitz, Fitz was clearly outperforming Tua, and it was from a mental perspective because Fitz has a similar skill set as Tua and Teddy as well. Lesser arm in terms of arm strength, but where Fitz had a decided advantage, it was mentally.
17 years in the league.
Bro, you need listen. Yeah. I'm praying Tua takes a quantum leap this season.
Me too.
I'm praying for it. But I am here to tell you, my loyalty, my passion, it is with the logo. And if Teddy Bridgewater is giving me a better chance to win, Tua's behind. We'll go to the bench if it was me. I'm sorry.
Preach, brother.
All right.
Listen.
I'm getting ready to go because I got a paper to write. But hey, look, this is the one thing that y'all got to do with TD, and I think this is where reason why I really advocate for TD is this. He goes through that all 22 after every game. He breaks down the positives as well as the negatives on all the players, on each one. And the facts are, when you sit down and look at that, that was one of the things that changed EM to take a look at Tua objectively when he saw that Buffalo game. When he saw that
hey, hang on, let me correct you. No. That didn't cause. Hang on, let me correct you.
Okay,
Hang on. No. When we get on these panels, our job is not to misinform. You're misinforming the fan base, Donald. It did not take that game, not at all. No, I've always been objective with Tua.
Yeah, TD has always educated EM on Tua.
Yeah,
okay. Help him understand.
Anyway, listen. When we were in the midst of that Fitz controversy, who was objective then with Tua?
Yeah.
No, so my objectivity has been consistent since he was drafted. So no, I didn't take that one game.
Yeah, but I will.
But who was right?
I would say this though, EM. The only difference is when we had Fitz, you were comparing a 17-year veteran to a rookie, and that's totally understandable. And you did give him his credit. But when Tua ran the ship, and when Tua had nobody to sit up and breathe down his back, this is when you really said, "Oh my goodness, that's open in the infield." He missed that read right there. And like I'm saying, that was when I seen you on that all 22 on that Buffalo game.
Well, that's when you saw me. That's when you saw me publicly. But TD, if he gonna keep it real, Esteban, Reason included, everybody, but anybody that I've talked about publicly, no, I've expressed that privately. You just saw me publicly saying that.
I don't remember that.
Prior to, stop it, TD, stop, bro, stop. They know that. No, I've been consistent. I'm not up here every week. I'm not up here every day. I'm not up here every night. So no, when you saw me, publicly, yes. But privately, no.
EM has always been spot on. We've evaluated almost every game, at least the day of or the day after the game. What we saw, we've talked about film. We've done that even before the Buffalo. We just collabed on the Buffalo and watched it, and you got to see his reaction live of how bad Tua was. And then, EM had to admit he was wrong. So things happen.
At the same time, EM, I ride or die with you, just like I will TD and also Estefan. Y'all know y'all my Texas brothers. Y'all take it easy, and I'm out.
Always a pleasure, Don.
Man, I'm finna get out of here too. I'm finna get out of here too. We going on 5 hours. What I'm gonna say is we're gonna be back tonight at around 9 p.m. We're going to be back tonight. We're going to drop the link again. We're going to talk some more of this because I got some questions. I had a question this morning, and I want to get some of y'all take on it if y'all want to come back. I really want to know, did Tua play like a third-round pick like Davis Mills, or did Davis Mills play like a first-round pick in Tua? I really want to know that. So if y'all want to come back and join in on that conversation, y'all feel free to tonight. Think about everything that I just said and go do your homework before you come.
Man, this dude here, man. Here you
go. What?
There you go.
Why are you saying here I go?
No. Go ahead. No.
Is it not a fair question? I want to know.
Well, yeah, it's fair.
Yeah. By the way, what you think?
I'm just talking about. I'm just, talking about the pushback you're gonna receive for that, bro.
Oh, that's why I'm gonna do the show.
That's why what that is a reality check to Tuaneers. I know we're all Dolphin fans, but what would really make that interesting if you actually had some Texans fans on here, so you could actually hear what they actually think about Davis Mills, man. And they are not split like we are on Tua. They are not. They believe in that kid.
Davis Mills the guy.
I'm telling you, man. It's not like us over here, bro. It's not even close. So I think that would make that interesting.
Where's CB? Oh, I thought CB backed out. CB, hey, bro. Hey. Next time, listen. We all take L's in life. Not EM, but everybody else takes L's in life.
I don't take L's, man.
Listen, dust yourself off and try again, baby. Dust yourself off and try again. It happens to everybody, with the exception of EM Dolphin fans. But I understand. It's always a pleasure, homie. Always a pleasure.
I appreciate everybody coming through. Y'all ain't finna keep me on here.
So I got one TD. I never got that.
Ron, make sure you come back tonight, man.
I will, bro.
OTD.
Yeah, we waiting on you, bro.
Oh yeah, I finally get a chance to ask you this. Personally, how do you feel about the U? I know you're a U fan. How you feel?
Garbage, straight trash.
How you feel, TD?
Go Noles.
I have to be honest with you. That's my favorite college team. I'm a diehard U fan, but
I've gotten to the point. How you feel about the staffing?
Well, I've gotten to the point where I don't care who they bring in. I can care less. I got to see it on the field. I gotta wait to week 7 when they 7-0, like they should be, like the U that we all know should be, and then I'll care again. I have officially stopped caring about the U until they become the U.
Oh, wow.
Sorry. That has happened.
All right, bro.
And I'm begging that never happened with my Dolphins. That has officially happened with my. The only time I pay attention to the U is to make sure they stomp Florida State.
I got one last question to you, TD. Have you been following up on your boy?
Which one?
Have you been following up on your boy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, your boy.
I mean, you ain't gonna suck me into this.
He's talking about Josh Rosen.
Yeah, hell yeah, I'm talking about Josh Rosen, bro. You gonna take listen, you took that L. You took that L. And listen, I told you, we're gonna be 80 years old. I'm always remind you of that time when they cut him while you was live, when you was foaming at the mouth, saying that he is gonna start.
You ain't been over here in a while. Why don't you fill everybody into your dreams that you have about Tua?
Hey.
Why don't you tell everybody about the dream that you had about Tua?
Cut him while you was live,
bro. Why don't you tell everybody about the dream you had about Tua? Share with us.
That's a highlight, bro. That's a highlight for me personally, Jim.
No, share with us what you confided in me about that you were really concerned about your own self, about your dream with Tua, about Tua.
I don't know what this man is talking about. I really don't.
Hey, was this dream back when he was a believer in Tua?
Oh yeah, so he was more than a believer. Mm-hmm. He was more than a believer.
He had a dream.
I mean, let's be real, bro. I mean, let's keep it 1,000. I am still a relative believer in Tua. I am.
So you still dreaming about him?
No, I don't dream. No, bro. No, I don't.
You don't dream anymore about him?
No.
Listen.
When did those stop?
What's that?
When did those dreams stop?
I can't answer
the Titans game,
bro. I don't know.
I'm just gonna say it one day. I'm just gonna tell everybody what you told me. I'm gonna tell everybody what you told me when you said I'm concerned about myself to actually have a dream like that. But it's all good, bro.
Okay.
Keep bringing up Rosen.
Yeah.
Hey,
go ahead,
TD. Hey, Tua taking us to the chip. He got the moxie. Take the receipts down.
To the chip? We going to the casino?
Yeah, we going to the chip. The Super
okay.
Bowl.
Listen.
I hope so, man. I hope so.
Hear me out. Hear me on something. I haven't gotten to say shit. If Tua plays, my focus is out. If Tua plays like he did on the 7-game win stint that we had with better ball accuracy, boy, we go deep playoffs. Listen to me. Don't shake your head at me. Tell me why not. Tell me why not. Tell me why not.
EM ain't gonna like this. He gonna argue it, and we'll pick the argument up later. Okay, so I don't need no rebuttal. We'll pick it up later. Who did we play in them 7 games? End of discussion. I don't want to hear it. The worst teams in the NFL.
Okay.
Always talk about every time he has any competition, he flakes out.
It should be easier this season.
It ain't easier this season. Have you seen our schedule?
You can't control your
seen our new offense?
But we're more equipped personnel.
Y'all had an easy schedule last year. Last year, the schedule
You're damn
was
right.
easy.
Those 7 games were easy.
Why don't you rattle off them wins?
Minus
Why
one,
don't you
2
rattle
teams.
off them 7 wins and tell everybody?
Yeah. No, I don't want to say them. Jets
No,
twice.
rattle off them 7
Jets
wins.
twice, Giants.
The Jets got better.
Jets twice, the Giants, Baltimore, without anybody on the defense.
Jets got way better.
Who else?
Just stop talking, bro. Just stop talking.
Who else? Keep going.
This is a valid point. TD, you're right. TD, you're absolutely right. But I
no, it's 7 games. We only got the 4. I want to hear the other 3.
I don't know
because they are the worst of the worst in the league.
But
hey, it don't matter who you play. It don't matter who you play.
Yeah, that's what they all say. It don't matter. They all in the NFL.
They nobody. That says it all.
Was the Lions one of them? Was the Texans one of them?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the Texans. Yeah.
The Lions, the Texans, and it's one more.
Don't you?
Panthers.
Hey, we were a 12-win team last year.
The Panthers. I think the Lions. I don't know about the Lions. Maybe it was the Saints in that game when they couldn't even get a first down.
That hurts. Listen, that hurts that theory a lot. That hurts my theory a lot.
You know how I feel about the Saints. See, you know how I feel about the Saints, bro. I care less. You know how I feel about them. My brother's a Saints fan.
Yeah, I get it, but he was hurt last year too. Was sitting there dealing with that QB.
Well, good. He was supposed to hurt.
All I'm saying is, them 7 games, we need a point by the offense, as far as I care. If you go look at them games, the offense ain't need to do nothing. 7 points and we done pretty much.
That's and by the way, we're all assuming our defense comes back and plays like they did.
Bro, you playing better
from
teams
that point
this
on
year.
too.
But guess what? This year is going to be way harder. This year, go look at that schedule. Bengals, Chargers. You got the freaking rematch, I guess, with Baltimore. They may be healthy. You talk about Green Bay.
Brown.
You talk about Buffalo twice.
Line them up.
No,
line them up.
I mean, and that the Minnesota Vikings. I ain't got the schedule in front of me, but I just named 7 right. Man, come on, man.
Bangers.
Tua ain't won a big game yet, has he?
Listen, this is it, bro. This is if he can. You know it, and that might even be a.
Has Tua won a big game yet?
He beat Arizona.
That's a big game to you?
Arizona.
Yeah, well, if that was a big game.
Arizona was a good team at the time.
If that was a big game, then there you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
He needed to show up to the Titans game for me, man. That Titans game has me so shook. Knowing that could come out at any fucking time. Oh, I'm sorry, the language.
Oh, Tua was throwing that.
Yeah, but the Cardinals game was 2 years ago. 2 years ago.
You still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
What did I say weeks before the Titans game was going to happen? And we both kind of agreed because we knew the type of defense they played in Tua's weakness.
That was going to be Tua's toughest test.
We were no surprise. I'm like, man, if we could just do this to win. Deep down, I already knew what was going to happen. It wasn't no surprise. I knew we were getting demolished.
But
I know Tua's strengths and weaknesses, and I know what the Titans like to do because, yes, as EM points out, I'm a Tannehill fan, so I watch their games too. And I know what was going to happen in that game. I wasn't surprised. Y'all think that happened because of the rain and the cold weather?
Some of those throws, TD.
Mike Vrabel told the world what the strategy is going to be with Tua
before the game.
And that's exactly what they did.
Bro, that's the thing, man. Just take away everything short and intermediate and focus. And that's why they were just worried about the short passes. And what they did is they let you make them, but they collapsed on it. They let you have the window, but they collapsed on it. 2-yard pass, you got 3. 1-yard pass, you get 2. Take a shot, it ain't there because we ain't playing that. Punt the ball.
And it didn't help that we just didn't have a run game at all.
Oh, we actually ran the ball versus Tennessee. The shocker of it all.
140-something yards.
The shocker of it all. The O-line actually gave him time. Another shocker with a great defensive front. But you know why? Because
the run was probably open the whole time.
Because they wanted you to put the ball. Go ahead and throw your little stuff. We'll just collapse on it.
Right.
Because we ain't worrying about you taking a deep shot. Do you remember one deep pass in that game? Do anybody remember one deep pass in the whole game?
Nope.
Tannehill didn't throw one either.
You know why? Oh, well, yeah, he did. He just missed it.
Hey,
AJ Brown was wide open, too.
That's right.
I don't know if y'all remember that. He was wide open, too. But anyway, the reason why is they have an organic pass rush. You ain't going to hold that ball more than 2 seconds thinking they ain't finna knock you out. See, Tennessee could send 3 sometimes and get there regardless, even against great lines at times. Them guys just play. That's how they play their game. They solid like that. The book is out on Tua. People know how to stop them. The difference is we brought in weapons that can try to offset some of the things that they'll do to Tua. Now you might have to do too high. A lot of people sneak that safety in the box on the edge because they're not worried about the deep ball. You might have to worry about it a little more with Tyreek. But at the same token, Tennessee showed you they could run too high and single high and no high.
Do you think
Tua's gonna be dropping dimes on them boys? Don't worry.
Do you think Flores was, or anyone for that matter, was into his ear last season? Like, really don't do the deep ball unless they wide the F open. Like,
well, you know what? This is all speculation, but I believe they did. And the reason why is because we always talk about Tua's deep ball, right? The truth is Tua don't have a problem throwing the ball down the field 50, 55 yards.
Right.
But he's never been accurate doing it.
No, I don't. I disagree.
And
with
that's
that.
where you have always
I don't think they told him that. I don't think they told him that.
No. I feel like they did because he didn't take it. Now that's even worse if they didn't.
Well, they didn't. That's worse.
They didn't tell him.
I'm hoping they told him not to.
I'm giving them
No, because if you go back, there were several instances where post game press conference and his media day on Wednesday where he talked about what he's wanting to do is to be more aggressive down the field. He did say
we can't just be checked down all day.
Exactly. So they didn't tell him not to throw.
That.
No, they told him, they took the approach just like any good NFL level coach. Listen, we have a play that's called, and again, pre-snap, but post-snap, depending what the defense is showing to you, go through your progression and make the appropriate play. Period.
But he didn't.
So no, they didn't show him.
All right, but
there were even open shots he wouldn't take them.
It's one thing for Flores to say that, but it's another thing for the offense,
which
and
is
the
true
offensive
too,
coordinator to execute that. Like, I mean, he can say that all he wants to, but it's one.
What you mean the OC?
No, it's on the players to execute.
The player Tua got to execute it.
The players are out there
but you got to call it.
Right, the plays are being called because there's guys deep open.
Yeah, we pointed them out on the 22.
Absolutely, bro. They were designing play. There were plays where guys were run. How many times do you see Mac Hollins with his hand open? Giuseppe, Waddle. I mean, begging for Tua to throw the football, in particular in that Buffalo game. And Tua saw him, but he just elected not to throw the football. That's on Tua. That's not a coaching issue. If the coaches are designing plays and you clearly see on film that the guys are schemed open, bro, that's on the player not to execute. And that's on the players.
I don't knock the coaches like everybody else do, because I'm a person that believes execute what coach gives you. Then we could talk about the coaches being the problem. But you left too much of what they were scheming up for you on the table to be sitting here saying they're the issue.
Now, I'm not saying, I want to be clear before the haters, come out. I am not saying Godsey. I'm not saying Godsey was the second coming to Bill Walsh. Bro.
No, they had their flaws too, but they had enough plays where they.
But don't act like they were just not. They were just completely incompetent, because that wasn't the case.
Right. And I'm not saying they're completely incompetent, but you gotta, as an offensive coordinator, I should be putting in my guy's ear. Hey, this play, you should probably look for this guy. He looks like he's gonna be open down the field. I don't see why he wouldn't make the plays if that was the case.
How do you know who's going to be open down the field until you snap the ball based off of the defense?
Right.
This is what I don't understand this fundamental, CB.
Look, you never know.
He doesn't know
but
football.
You know when you're scheming a play
what could come open down the field. You know that, right?
Too high safety.
You don't
too
know what
high
the
safety.
defense is going to give you.
If I got a route going deep, ain't nobody gonna say they should be open.
You can't beat too high downfield.
No, bro, if you too high safety, it's not likely that the deep ball is open.
I'm asking you a question. If there's too high, you can't beat it down the field.
It's not likely.
Yes,
that's why Mahomes struggled for the first half of the season. That's why Mahomes struggled for the first half of the season. You want this team to be throwing the ball in coverages that are made to stop it.
Y'all keep saying cover like too high. You can't beat too high. You can beat too high. Run three guys at it.
Nobody said you can't.
Like talking to a brick wall.
Nobody said you can't beat too high. The problem is if they play too high properly, it's almost impossible to.
Impossible.
It doesn't. Listen, CB. So what he's saying now is
can't make this stuff
what
up,
he's saying
man.
now is someone is not gonna. They're not gonna have a reason to go.
If you're
this play right here,
cover
he's gonna beat him.
It's hard to
watch him. That's what he's saying.
I understand. If you're in cover 3 or cover 4, it's hard to beat down the field. I understand that. Too high safety beat. Hey, people beat that every day in the NFL. Every day.
It's not going.
Sunday.
What I'm saying to you, CB, it's not going to be your primary look. It's not going to be your primary look.
CFL, not the NFL.
Safeties are constantly looking in the backfield. Safeties get beat. That's why they get beat, because they're trying to make a play. They're looking in the backfield. That's why
it's not going to be your primary look, CB. A go route is not going to be your primary look in cover 2 or Tampa.
He doesn't know
it's
what he's
not
talking
going
about.
to.
Yeah, GG is the Watsoneer who knows everything.
No, I know football.
Listen,
I know more football than you.
GG, where did you play football at?
Bro, I played football at Temple. I played football at Little League, high school.
What year?
Like,
what
come
year
on.
did you play football at Temple?
Bro, 2011. 2011.
What's your name? Put your name out there.
Raji Harris. Raji Harris. I was on the practice squad.
Raji Harris.
I ain't got.
Okay.
I was on the practice squad.
What high school? You played did you get a full scholarship or did you just walk on?
Bro, I just said I was a walk on the practice squad. Where did you play high school? College football
man.
at?
Man, you just be talking.
Where did you play college football at? Where did you play college?
Howard University. Howard University.
Okay, Howard. I could have went to a D2 school. I could have went to a D school. I could have went to a D.
Hey, all y'all gonna do. Hey, I gotta get ready to go. I gotta get ready to go. All y'all gonna do.
Continue with the conversation because he obviously don't know football.
All y'all gonna do is go back and forth. All y'all gonna do is go back and forth and banter. Bring it to the show tonight.
This is
where we left off.
Right.
Somebody in the comment section before I get out of here said too high safety, no problem now. Hill and Waddle yards after the catch. Exactly. It's not going to be the deep ball. It'll be them running a crossing route or something intermediate, and they'll get yards after the catch. You'll take what the defense gives you.
Man, they all focus on that yak this year.
You're not going to be trying to take in too high safeties. Your first thought is, my first priority is not going deep when they got extra defenders out there to guard it. That's why Patrick Mahomes. That's why Patrick Mahomes struggled for the first half of the season, because he got something that he wasn't used to getting, the too high look.
Too high is easy.
Well, that's what. If you go back, that's where Mike McDaniel's. Hopefully he can live up to that whole run game guru hype. Because when you see too high, generally that means you got 7 in a box, and you have to run teams out of that formation. So that's where the commitment to the run will come in. The upgraded personnel will come in on the O-line. And we should, again, based off the personnel additions that we've made, Mike McDaniels he's making sure that we will see as less, too high or single high. Again, it's gonna be on a matchup basis, a game by game basis. But again, like he said, you have to earn that respect. And you got to run teams out of that formation.
How do you force them out of that? You call a play that's taking a shot deep, and you see too high. What do?
You go audible more than likely.
You go audible into the run play. Exactly. Take what they give you and try to force them to come out of it.
Exactly.
You go run the ball. Too high, run the ball. They got one less guy they could commit to the box. which gives us a better chance with lane integrity and blocking. So that's all we're saying. Man, I gotta go, man. Y'all gonna get me in trouble. Hey, we'll be back tonight around 9 p.m.
TV. CB, I hope you show back up, bro. You need to redeem yourself.
They ain't gonna show up tonight.
I'll be back.
Hey, GG,
I might be back. I might be back.
Man, I'm out of here, man. Let me end this stream.
Celtics for the sweep.
Hey, Esther, you terrible.